13.20 plays 10.36. Stuart's going to go first. Oh, Pete Christmas goes red. So Stuart Floyd takes his first round win. .10.20. Pete breaks out as well. They both broke out, but hey. Fair to say, two of the more favoured runners out straight away. Let's see what happens here then. Gary Cork, John Sleeth. John winding that dial in down to 968. Gary Cork, 1163. Two very, very good racers. Both know their cars incredibly well. So Gary will be leaving first. Well, let's sort this one out at the top end. Very close indeed. It is a breakout for Gary Cork. John Sleeth actually got there, but Gary couldn't win that one. But a 968 with a 3 on a 968 dial. John Sleeth, job done. Very well done indeed.
005 between them at the stripe. And a massive breakout.
They won't be framing their reaction times, but it was a very good race. Paul Singer, Don Scott. 12.25 at 9.68. Don very happy. First time the car's been in the 9.6s. And it is Don that takes out 71 on the 68. They're both 300s off their dial-in, but Don comfortably takes out much better off the line. Pick your Firebird then. Gary Semper with a Tin Indian, 11.32. Rick Denny, 11.19. Not much between these two. Both cars street legal. Actually, Rick Denny goes and picks his caravan up and tows it in with that car. Gary, we know he's street legal because he's done street weekend and everything. So, which one is it going to be? Well, Rick's already out in front, and considering he's got the quicker dial in, so Rick's just literally going to shadow this one to the stripe. He takes the... Gary got there... Sorry. Yeah, Gary got there first, but broke out by nearly a tenth. Rick Denny is through.
So, of course, this is bracket racing. The numbers that you see at the top on the scoreboards is their dial-ins, what they think they're going to run. Depending on what the numbers are, in this case it's 10.95 takes 11.49. The tree gets staggered, so all things being well, if both drivers were perfect on both ends, they cross the finish line at exactly the same time. However,
visible difference in reaction times there. Adrian Portelli already ahead. He's coasting at the time there. 11.15 to a loser at 11.61. So your number 2 qualifier, Adrian Portelli, into the next round. Phil Hobson with old Scatterbolts taking on John Wilson's Barracuda. 12.18 plays 11.40. So the first of the Watch Shop cars here. Eliminations, got a few more of them. Just creeping forward. Nobody wants to go into stage yet. There we go. Oh, they're actually both going together.
so we can't mention reaction times.
We can't.
Only because
I don't think many of these guys have got radios over.
No, he worked back in the day.
Oh, Phil Hobson. Oh dear. He had literally half a second.
No, he won.
In reaction time, but he broke out. Fortunately, John Wilson broke out as well, so Phil Hobson dodged a bullet there and still managed to win it, even though he had a country mile to play with. Whew, that was nervous.
That actually sort of shocked me when I saw his win light come on, because I was like, but he broke out and he's until I saw
the other lane. The other lane was a bit later getting there. That's why, because it confused me for a second.
Okay, Jake Cawthorne and Chris Tyhurst.
What message has Chris left on the back window for me today? He goes, "What's my darling call?" Oh, I love it. 11.95 pays 10.65. It's a breakout, 11.90. Chris goes too quick, so it is Jake that is in round number 2.
Stuart Arthur with What'll It Do? I've not actually seen Stuart running any other lane this weekend, apart from the Kestrel Beer one. Taking on Chris Goodale with Ruto's Rat.
That's bizarre, actually, because I looked, I thought, oh, he's down there. He's not. No, he has been in the other lane, trust me. This could be quite a good race, actually. Chris, we know, is going to lift the front wheels off the line quite comfortably here. Not as mad as Bill. Billy Mills. Okay, Stuart off and running. There goes Chris. All right, Chris, a bit of work to do. He's trying to catch Stuart, but is he going to do it? He's running out of real estate. Oh, it's a double breakout, but by the worst amount, Stuart Arthur, it's Chris Goodale that takes it with an 800ths breakout. Oh, that is minuscule amounts, really, he was. They both break up 800s, it's the other digits after that. All right, Dave Billadou, Ty Strevitt. 9.73 plays 11.32. Dave, Lifestyle Championship winner last year. Qualified number 3 for this event. Ty number 19. These little points add up. Ty's off and running. There goes Chris. Sorry, Dave. Oh, it's a tight one. And it is. Oh, look at the win margin. 006 at the stripe, but Ty broke out. But even so, that was a real close finish. Dave Billadou goes through. Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster taking on Rob Cawthorne. Darlings 11.09 plays 12.08. Hey, he was dialing 12. It was 12.2 yesterday. He's 12.08 today. He's taking notice of the conditions. Well, we see Jake Cawthorne go through. Can Rob join him? Got his nose out in front. Oh, double breakout, but Rob Cawthorne breaks out by the lesser amount, as in hardly anything. 12.07 with a 9 on a 12.08 dial. So, once again, battle of the breakouts. So, Paul Smale and Glyn Boardman. Glyn had issues in the last qualifier, wasn't able to make the run. However, look at the back of Paul Smale's car. He's had to cross out his sticker, which says 10 point. It now says 9.95. 500ths between these two on the tree. It's Glyndar's 9.90. Yeah, he's got less time to drink his beer. That's what it is. Watch out for the wheelie from Paul as well. Oh, he didn't get hooked up properly, and he went red. And in actual fact, that is total miscue, because it was a 0.4 red. So Glyn Boardman gets the easy ride. Look at the breakout from Glyn, 9.83. Wow. Doesn't matter, he's already won it. Yeah, so these cars run a limiter underneath the brake pedal, so you can hold the brake down, and then the limiter will hold it when you hold the throttle down. I assume Paul didn't have the brake pedal all the way down. I haven't got one of them. No, you? No. Just foot brake launch one. Uh-oh, here we go. But Billy Mills does 9.75. Goodness me. Going alongside Dan Sanderson, 13.79. 4.04 seconds difference between these two as they leave the line. I think that's the biggest gap we've got in Nostalgia Superstock today. Almost as big as the gap is the air between Billy's front tyres and the racetrack. Okay, so both into pre-stage. Billy goes in. So Dan Sanderson sets off, gets the green. Billy's got to be patient. And wasn't patient enough, unfortunately. 0-4 red for Billy, so Dan Sanderson goes through. Oh, Billy Mills hits his darling 975 with a 9 on a 975. But the cherry on the tree tells the story. Dan Sanderson goes through. Right, we're getting towards the sharp end now. Spencer Tidswell, Alan Huckle. Jake Cawthorne awaits the winner of this pairing. 1080 for Spencer, 1282 for Alan. A little bit concerned on the Spencer's car, but it's thumbs up given. So Alan sets off. There goes Spencer, but goes red. Oh. So Alan is through to round number 2. Only a 0-2 red for Spencer. But it is Alan who takes it. All right, James Ellis, Duncan Watts. So it's the Watts Shop Heavy taking on the Chevelle. The Darlings, the all-important Darlings. 1084 for James, 990 for Duncan. One more pair to go after this. Right, good launch there, Duncan's got some work to do to try and catch James, though. James has got a good lead here. Oh, double breakout. Duncan Watts only breaks out by 300s. A 10th breakout for James. James had an 0.5 light, had real estate to play with there, but used too much of it. Duncan Watts goes through. Right, last pair. Jim Smith, your number 1 qualifier with a perfect ET yesterday, taking on Neil Francis, the Rust Bucket Duster. 1068 for Neil, 1026 for Jim. Chris Goodale is the opponent in round 2 for the winner of this one. Well, 2 very good races indeed. And it looks like Jim's drawn alongside and does so. 10.28 on a 26 takes the win. So your number 1 qualifier goes into round number 2. Right, the 2 alternates that didn't qualify. Royden Mitchell and Jody. They came down as alternates just in case anybody couldn't make it, but they all did. So, best way to get back to the pits is to give them a time trial run. .10.62, 125. 15:30. So that is Nostalgia Superstock run round 1 done in 13 minutes. There we go. That's pretty good, actually. 100 E's. Well, what a story. for both of these actually. New PBs for Paul Lawn yesterday. Even got me a piece of paper to say his PB was 972, but that was scratched because he went 970 yesterday. And of course, the story of Phoebe chasing her first ever 10. She got there in the end yesterday, then proceeded to run another one. So let's have a look, see what we got. 986, 1091. Whoa, that's getting quicker.
That was a look of disappointment.
I think that's
there,
Julian that time. Yeah, it's Julian. There's Phoebe down there.
That was a look of disappointment from Phoebe because Dad just went quicker.
Yeah, that was. I think. Okay, I'm just actually looking at Julian's best ever run in that car. With it when it had a different power plant was 908.
Ooh.
So it has been a very, very quick car over the years. So let's have a look then. Let's pick Slick Tricks Lane. That's Mark Wade. So we've got a Z-Tech ST170 turbo there with a Mazda gearbox. Wow. Aiming to try and get into the 11. Oh, nearly. 12.28. Right, Stuart Flitton. Known Stuart for many a year now. The car is called NSRA Evil. It's got a 363 small block Chevy in there. And the engine was originally built for powerboat racing. How about that?
Cool.
That's an interesting fact. The PB without gas is 10.1, but when he puts the nitrous on, 9.7. He was the 100E Challenge champion last year. And it's an all-steel car. Going alongside Dave Mott, the Brickyard Shaker. It's his 4th season. His PB is 11.09. That's a 10.33 against 11.47.
And that's the end of the 100Es.
Oh, they'll be back.
So a car we didn't see yesterday in the left-hand lane. In fact, I can't really work out what it is. It looks like an Anglia from the front bit, but the back bit doesn't look like that.
Yeah. Right, going alongside Dominic Sharp. Running very, very well today, but he's on a bit of a mission. He would love to get it into the 10s. I think he's around 11.1, is it? Oh yeah, he's aiming for a 9. He went 10.17 best yesterday, goes 10.44 there. And yeah, the black old school Ford there, 11.93. It's not hanging about. Yeah, unfortunately got a little bit of a fluid leak from underneath the Tri-Chevy there. So going to be a solo for the 39 Ford. Knocking on the door, first ever 10, went 11.05 yesterday, and then improved to an 11.03.
Well, that's the best 60 foot
Whoa,
he's had
142,
so far.
60, wow. Tailed off a bit the second half of the racetrack. Ah, and that's fact, yeah, the 8th ET was down, 7.36. Very, very good launch, though. I tell you what, there is a 10 in that car.
Easy.
There is a 10 to come. What's Matt Southcote got for us this morning?
I can almost guarantee it won't be a straight pass.
Yeah.
Thing really likes to wander around when it's in slick tyre trim.
I know Graham Smith's favourite quote is, I want to see that in Street Eliminator. Matt's had Street Eliminator tryouts, and it's a 7-second car. He would do very, very well. The only thing I'm not sure of is its chassis tag. I know it's been built as a proper car.
It may only be an 850 chassis tag.
Yeah, so that's what I'm not sure of. But it's a great car. Yesterday was turning 762 at 185.
I'm also not sure what his PB is on radials, as opposed to the slicks.
Yeah. Oh, he did have to back out the throttle that time. A wayward launch as per usual, but the car was then pulling over to the left, so he had to straighten up. Otherwise, a date with the body shop would have been the end result of that one. So 11.26 at 90 mile an hour.
Yeah, the difference was that time is usually it's just skating around on its own tyre and Matthew can bring it back straight, but that time it was actually driving him towards the wall. As we see Alan Payne with the Hot Wheels machine. Well, I think set the record for the most amount of attempts to actually take the bulb yesterday.
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd one, that, wasn't it?
One of these drivers who's been going round and round and round all weekend, making the absolute most of the still empty pairing lanes. Takes it all the way through to a 12.54. And now we wait.
Yeah, that is very bizarre. I was not expecting to see empty pairing lanes this morning, but they are. So if you're in Run What You Brung, perfect opportunity. Jump in the car, get down here, get some runs in.
Or if you just lost in Nostalgia Superstock.
Well, they will come down anyway because they will think, oh, I'm out now. I'm going to join Run What You Brung. So now you can look at the front of the Ford. You go, yeah, that is not a Willis. But the back is very, very confusing.
Now, I believe, I'm just going to try and have a sneak peek through the window. Stick shift.
Yeah. Oh, it's stick shift, full interior. I've got to say, beautiful interior. It's like a sort of a... It's got a bit of a gangster look in there.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You can just imagine, the machine guns.
Yeah.
With the outriders holding them. Sort of a little bit, you know what I mean. I'm trying to get the right scenario for it, but I can't. I'm struggling at the moment. 148 to 60. That's better. 709 at 99 at the 8th. Oh, 1102. Oh.
Getting there slowly. It's just the gear changes,
speed,
isn't it?
127.
Yeah, it's just those gear changes.
Right, I think it is now time to really shallow stage.
Yep.
And just find every way of getting that 10. But the conditions are absolutely perfect for it. There's good air at the moment. You said it was minus, didn't you?
Minus 250 the last time I checked.
Yeah. And that will make a difference. Even on a car like this, will just make a difference. Tailwind, great track. Want to go fast, come down now.
Please.
I'll tell you what, in a funny sort of way, I expect to see the 39 rear pair in the lanes, and it'll come down again. Okay, well, whilst we've got a quick moment, let's just give you a rundown of what's actually happening today. Be advised, though, no Battle of Britain Memorial flight today. They actually cancelled yesterday as well. Wind conditions too strong for the plane to actually take off. They're based over at Coningsby. at the moment, and yeah, just the conditions are not favourable, so they're struggling to take off. So unfortunately, no Battle of Britain Memorial flight for today. Our race classes are back at 10:30, and that'll be eliminations for Nostalgia Superstock number 2, Gasser Circus, Outlaw Anglia, Supercharged Outlaws, the Flathead Meltdown, and the Wild Bunch. And then obviously mixed in after that will be Outlaw Outcasts and obviously 100E Challenge as well. Run What You Brung will continue after the first round of racing for all of our classes. Julian with the split-second Jet Dragster scheduled for 5 to 1, and that will lead us into a lunch break at 1 o'clock. That's for half an hour. Then when we come back, it will be eliminations round number 2 for the race classes. Then Run What You Brung, another run from Julian Webb with split-second at 5 to 4, and then basically it's on to our finals to take us up to around about 5 o'clock, where we will aim to finish the day. So that's what we got for you. Obviously we got the show car paddock. A little bit quiet at the moment, but it is still early. Let's remember that. It's not even 10 o'clock in the morning yet. So that will fill up as the day progresses. Don't forget to visit all of our traders around the back of the grandstands, and go and visit all of the races in the pits, those that will still be here, and just go and check out and see what's going on around on the site. A reminder, not that you need much reminding, but it is of course in 2 weeks' time, Door Slammers, one of those great events that certainly hit the ground running, and there's been a spectacular event every year. So if you want to see something totally different and races going for some big money, I think 100 grand is in the pot to be spread around the classes racing. And then of course the weekend after, the 2nd May bank holiday, it is round 1 of the FIA European Championships for the cars and FIM for the bikes. A 4-day like festival of racing. I can't think of any other way. 5 days if you include the test day as well.
Yeah.
On Thursday. And for some people that come along, do actually use it as a staycation, because you can stay on site between Door Slammers and the main event, and you never know, you could get roped into like cutting the grass or just doing things on site. So you know what I mean. But yeah, it's all very, very good indeed. And if the weather is good that week, it would just be absolutely glorious. So that's what's coming up in the month of May. For more information and, of course, for tickets, you all know this, go on to santapod.com and get yourselves booked in for either Door Slammers or main event, and obviously check out the calendar for future events as well. And whilst you're on the website, you can order all the Santapod merchandise as well. Okay. So we are back with we've got some Run What You Brung taking place. Of course we have. That's Alan Huckledown. No, it's not. That's the other one. That is Mick Deakin.
Going to try again to run the 14.50. He needs to be able to qualify. Lots of wheel spin for the Mustang. Can you see the tail floating around there? Well, it's not going to be a 14, but what it is going to be is another 16.2.
I'm wondering if that's a 6-cylinder car.
Ooh, it could be.
But the great thing is, we're seeing the start of the journey of that car.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I say the journey of the car is the... I remember I'm trying to think of the car now. Steve Lloyd with the Impala, the Blue Pearl.
Yeah.
Okay. You know that car is now running low 10s. When Dan Williams bought that car, they bought it up here. That wouldn't run 14 and a half.
Oh, wow.
But obviously they've changed everything around.
So, Colin's got a message?
Yeah, Colin cursed it. That's it. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, so Chris Tyhurst.
I mean, if there's a day for PBs, it's today.
Goes 11.97. Now what you're seeing is some of the cars that have been eliminated in Nostalgia Superstock are now coming into Run With Your Brung. That's Ty Strevitt down there. Lost out to Dave Billadou, so he's in Run With Your Brung now. Going alongside the Primer Grey Chevy. Now that's the one that had a little leak and just got pushed back, so managed to come forward again.
Bit of Will Hop and a bit of
Something it's like
jiggery pokery.
Sticker flew off it there.
Goes down the track, clearly a stick shift car.
11.34 and 11.18. Lots of cars in Primer this weekend. Gives us an opportunity. Those of that are tuned in via the live stream, I'm saying good morning to you. Yeah, a very, very good morning to you. Welcome to the coverage, day 3 of the Nostalgia Nationals. And I know there's going to be a few people in the garages at home working away on cars. They post them on the social media. One in particular, Scott Collin. I don't know if he's up and about yet, but if you are, a very good morning to you, Scott. And he's hoping to come back for door slammers. He says he's got pretty much everything straightened out on the car. He's waiting for a few bits to arrive. But Scott, huge, well done, mate. And we know that was not what you wanted to see when you are on a budget as such and trying to put a new car together as well. And that happens in the middle of your at the start of your season. But keep plugging away at it, Scott, and fingers crossed you can get it all done in 2 short weeks, unbelievably. Plus the fact he had a trip to China mixed in as well. So that's the bigger miracle that he's managed to get that all done. But yeah, keep plugging away at Scott. All the best, mate.
So run number 3, 4 for Alan.
So, Alan Payne. Right, 12.43 so far today. 70 on that pass. Okay, still cars appearing, and these are the ones that, as I say, are in Run With Your Brung now. And that tells you how quickly Nostalgia Superstock can hot lap. Because the cars that got eliminated within 20 minutes are in the lanes already.
I must admit, if I just lost in Nostalgia Superstock, I'd be walking around the pits trying to match race people. That's what I'd be doing.
It wouldn't surprise me if that's what they're actually trying to do.
So just waiting for the drivers at the front of the lane to get all strapped in, and I believe they are now. There we go. Right, I'm trying to listen out now for the engine note of this Mustang. It would have really helped if it had done a burnout.
Doesn't help when Neil Francis comes around with that burbling V8 to drown it out, does it?
I do love the look of Neil's car.
Oh, it's proper, isn't it?
It suits being very patinage. So on a Pro Tree that time, goes 0.3 and a 1084.
Okay, actually these two are pitted next to each other in the pits. Brilliant stuff.
This is the kind of time you get the "I'm with stupid" stickers on the bag, isn't it?
Yeah. So Paul Singer with the Duster taking on Chris Tyhurst with the Chevelle. $12.20, $12.01. Oh, I made a mistake last night.
Yeah.
I stopped by at Paul Singer's pit and to return the little Tupperware box.
Okay.
That had the cakes in it.
Oh yeah.
And because that's where they all come from. And they said, "Oh, do you want some more?" I said, "No, I'll stop by in the morning because otherwise, if I take any now, I'll eat them tonight." And I forgot to go get them this morning. So sorry, Thomas. The reason I've got a cake is because I forgot.
They were lovely, by the way. Thank you, Paul.
Absolutely. No, it's not Paul.
That was enough. So Lawson with the Fiat powered 105E. Taking on Gary Cork. Gary goes 11.57. And Lawson goes 15.35.
No, if you get into Nostalgia Superstock, Lorraine is legendary with her cakes.
Okay.
And when I say legendary, you know those little plastic drawer units, like 3 or 4 drawers? She fills them with cakes. And just like, oh my word. Lorraine, thank you ever so much indeed. No, we really do appreciate them.
They were lovely as well.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
So unfortunately the Moggy panel van getting clicked off.
Dragstalgia, we have the Nostalgia Superstock barbecue. And you know how big Nostalgia Superstock is, right? So Team Thompson and Adrian, they do all the barbecuing and everything. And, you know, we have a few awards to give out and everything. And Lorraine, she turns up with 200 cakes. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. That's the weekend that you need a get out of diet free pass.
That's it, yeah.
Otherwise, you're not going to get away from it. Yeah, that is one of the highlights of the year for for many people actually, but especially Nostalgia Superstock barbecue at Dragstalgia on the Saturday night. It's just brilliant. Right, Stuart Arthur with What'll It Do? He's lined up underneath the tower.
He's in the same lane again as well.
Do you have a preferred lane?
For me, it actually depends who I'm racing.
Okay.
In Junior Dragster, when I did that, it was sort of the left lane, but that was just because somehow I could cut a better light in the left lane. On the bike, not yet.
Right.
Obviously, the track is exactly the same, either side of it you're on.
It is, yeah.
Which is a testament to how good the setup of track crew are here.
Personally, I prefer the left. I don't know why, because a lot of people prefer the right.
It's a lot to do with which eye strong you are.
Yeah.
If you're right-eyed, you'll prefer the left lane.
No, the car seems to go better than that. It
Wizardry takes over.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't make any difference. My PB is in the left lane. I'm licensed in the left lane. I don't know. I just prefer it. Yeah, but that's true. Yeah, Pete's just saying about, we drive on the left here. But then I've got a left-hand drive car on the track, yet normally I've got a right-hand drive car. So I get it. Oh, 12-12. That's a quick one, that is. Very nicely done indeed.
Right, here we go then.
Shallow stage. Very, very shallow stage, please. Just creeping up to the line. That's the way to do it. Put it into pre-stage and stop. Right, stop. Wait for the other one to come up. Courtesy stage. That's it, stop. Don't go any further forward. You want the rollout to try and just get that little bit more ET.
148, 60 foot. Not his
Now
best.
the thing is, I don't know why he stopped, because the clock's running. Come on.
7:17, lost the 10th there.
No,
Yeah.
it's off. Yeah, again, we could tell at the 8th, because it was 7:17, and it would have been 7:0, so we know that it wasn't going to happen that time. No, I say the only reason why I'm saying we didn't know why he stopped, maybe the engine stopped him from doing it.
I think he got made jump by the fact he went red.
Even though if you get a red and won't be brung, the clock will still give you a time. Oh, he's struggling a bit actually. Well, Perrin lanes are empty again, apart from Chris and Paul below us again. Right, let's see how they get on this time round. Chris Tyhurst, Paul Singer. Both with .2 lights. Fairly even actually, 12 flat, place 12.22. Right, time now, 10:15. We're 15 minutes away from Nostalgia Superstock round number 2. And making his first run of the day, Kev Baker.
Really resonating through the tower.
Oh, is that? Gosh,
Cool.
truth. The Scooby's Revenge, Willis.
Cool.
Wow, that you can't tell from the engine note, but my goodness me, that engine note is absolutely, as Thomas said, resonating like mad up here. So running with the Outlaw Outcast this lot. Right, Kent Baker got into the 10s for the first time yesterday, goes 11.08, and the Scooby's Revenge Willis goes 11.84. Right, Scooby's Revenge, that's Sean Hinton. It's his first run of the weekend. So, Phil with the Willis, Julie with the Cortina. Oh, a little bit keen, trying to stage with the back wheels to see if Ian doesn't notice. One way of getting a better ET.
Ooh.
Oh, synchronised.
That's it. Clearing out all the pipes. Actually turning into quite a good race though.
1675 and 1571, not the numbers we'd expect from those two. All right, David Dinwiddie with the Moggy, and Simon DeVos with the Frankenstein Chevy. So these are another couple from the Outlaw Outcasts.
Now, Frankenstein's not really been on form this weekend yet.
It's because they've got trying a load of new stuff, and it's just getting it all to work together, really.
Well, that's a bit more like it.
Much more like it. 10:41. Yeah, it's coming. 13:51 for the Moggy. All right, next up then, it is Dave Vincek with the Nash Metropolitan. And it ain't no saint, the Volvo Gasser, driven by Ellie today. Gotta say, well done to Sarah yesterday. Her PB coming into that day yesterday was 10.4, and she knocked half a second off. She's into the nines. Right, though, more of the same then from Ellie. Let's see how this one goes today for her.
A whole load of not a lot for the Metropolitan off the line there. Still thundering through, goes 10.87, but 10.22 for Ellie, her first run.
Yeah, I've got a feeling Ellie's going to be in the nines again today. So, Alan Bartlett with the rod here. Again, something totally different. Oh, the fact that Outlaw Outcast just basically just picking up everybody that hasn't got a class to race. Come and join us. And they do. They all socialise together up there. Good bunch of guys and girls, really are. It's not all about being the quickest, it's who can run closest to their dialing, either above or below.
Yeah.
So it's just trying to get close. And it gives them something to go for. And yeah, really like what they're doing.
Right, so I believe now we are collecting first round of Gasser Circus.
Yeah, it's getting towards that time, isn't it? Yeah, they are pretty much in the lanes there. As I say, I've only got 3 ladders to work with today, so my office duties are reduced. It makes life a lot easier.
So I can see Jason Hollenby with the jumping jalapeno pulling up next to Chris Layram.
Well, he's not racing, Chris.
No. What are the pairings in, Colin?
Okay, right, Ray Turner with Green Onions has got the bye from being #1 qualifier. Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin, who is up the back there. Actually, yeah, no, he's actually lining up against Sean Milsom, so that's good. John Gibson will be taking on Paul Dominy. I can't see Paul in the lanes. That's the Austin Devon. Nick Hewison taking on... it's not Harvey Turner, actually, is it? It's...
His girlfriend.
His girlfriend, yeah. Brian Gibson is taking on Sam Glenn. There's Sam just coming into the lanes now, those of you that are looking at the live stream. And there is Brian Gibson, so they're coming down together. Adam Krasinski with the not-so-mellow yellow Chevy. And... Sorry, the reason that we're just suddenly laughing there, Barney from doing our live feed, he goes, he said, I need 3 ladders and a duster to reach the pairing lane camera. It looks fine to us, Barney. It really does. Oh dear, good interruption onto the live feed there. Yeah, so Adam Kaczynski's taking on Ray Irish. Well, there's Ray right at the front with the gas junkie. There's Paul Dominy, he's joined at the back there. Nick Brook-Langham is taking on Tony Pearson. There's Tony with the blunderbuss. That's on the right-hand side as you're looking at the screen at home. And, as I say, he is taking on Nick Brook-Langham. And actually, yes, they are lined up. So if you look at the live screen at home, the blunderbuss, which is the old-school Ford, very old Ford, and then you look at the green Ford Pop next to it, those two are lined up together. Chris Layram, the reason there's nobody in the front next to him, that's where Keith Bartlett would be with Roaring Rat, but we know Keith's not here today.
Okay.
Graham Barton should be at the back there somewhere. Yeah, Graham Barton is the last car on the left-hand side of your screen. If you look next to him, you'll see the cherry bomb of Jason Pickett. That's the Chevy. So they are the pairing. Patrick Hobbs taking on Jason Hollenby. Jason was at the front, so Patrick will appear somewhere along the line. Simon Prest with the Rocket. He's tucked in, third car back on the left-hand side. And then you've got Billy Jones and Martin Hallam as your last pair. That is the Willis taking on the Morris van. So that's your pairings. Now, it's a 32-car ladder because we had over 22 cars in qualifying. So, yeah, they basically all get to run. So that's round 1 Gasser Circus that's going to be coming at you very shortly indeed. A little bit of track prep from our team, but to say it will not be long at all before we get going with Gasser Circus. Then, of course, we do have Nostalgia Superstock and Outlaw Anglia to put in their first rounds of eliminations. And then we will be having Supercharged Outlaws, Flathead Meltdown, and of course the Wild Bunch as well. So that's all to come. But what we'll do for a moment, we will give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. It's going to be a couple more minutes before we get going. So until then, the airwaves on Nitro FM. Over to you. Here we go, Gasser Circus, round number 1. We've got a bye to kick things off, unfortunately. So just let the cars come up underneath the tower. Chris Layram with the 4 pop. Should have been taken on Roaring Rat, but unfortunately, we know Keith isn't here today. Had to be called away on business. Very busy man, as we all know. So let's see what number Chris can put in. Put them on.
This one?
No, next one. So, 10:04 on the old dial-in. Goes 10:01. It's been a little bit of a break up, but it doesn't really matter. So, joined in the tower. Just put him in the right place. By Williams Brothers Racing, they've come up here en masse. The reason is that they would have been crewing for the guy that would have been in the other lane, but couldn't make it. So, morning, Nick. How you doing, buddy?
Morning, Cole.
You all right?
We're good, thank you, mate.
Good, good. Got to say, liking the new
apparel.
The apparel, yeah, looking very good indeed.
Thank you.
So, Ray Irish and Adam Krasinski. Well, unfortunately, only Ray Irish is there. No Adam. I don't know what happened to Adam. I didn't see him in the lanes at all. So Ray is on a solo. Breaks out. Doesn't matter by 0.03 of a second. Also, Spencer Tram's up here as well. Dan Williams. Dan, I know, was tuned in yesterday from the workshop at home. He was getting stuff sorted out. Spence, I thought you could have been running in Nostalgia Superstock this weekend, but no, he's saving it for comp. No, he's not doing that. Oh dear. Right, Jason Hollenby. Again, on a solo. Should have been alongside Patrick Hobbs with the Falcon. Patrick qualified okay, but hasn't been able to make the call this morning. So Jason on a solo. Obviously been a few breakages after qualifying yesterday. And 65 on that 59. Right, we do have a pair. I've got to ask you one very quick question, though, Nick. My goodness me, Jason Pickett. Wow. That car is absolutely flying. It's lifting the front wheels. He wants to rename the car the Grin Factor, apparently.
For what he's smiling. Yeah.
Right, Tony Pearson with the blunderbuss, 11:55, taking on Nervous Nick. Dialing of 10.99. Right, they both get a green light. Right, let's see how this one pans out. Tony takes it by 0-3 at this right. But then, having said that, Nick broke out anyway. So Tony is through. Sam Glenn taking on the identity crisis of Brian Gibson. 10.14, place 11.64, 1.5 seconds between them on the tree. And it will be the Dart going first. And then the little Austin pickup trying to chase, catch and pass before the stripe without breaking out. That's why reaction times are so important. Right away. But unfortunately, Sam Glenn goes red. So it's a freebie for Brian Gibson. Goes 11.70 on that 64. Oh, Sam Glenn hits his number. 10.14 with a 1. But unfortunately, a cherry on the tree told the story. Simon Prest up next with the Rocket. Taking on the Anson 4 Pop. So Simon dialing in 1097. He's going to be chasing Gary, who dials 1114. So both into stage, the tree drops, both get the green. Well, going to have to sort this one out at the top end, not a lot between them on the reaction times. Double breakout, Simon Prest breaks out by the more. So it's Gary Nash that goes through. Well, the defending the defending champion for Gasser Circus out in round number 1. Well, a car that, Nick, you know very well indeed.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That brings back some memories, doesn't it? It really does. Nick used to drive this car. Well, he put this car together. I think he found it at a swap meet or something years ago.
Hot Rod Drags.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we started building it in the January, and then we raced it here Easter. I think it was end of March that year, so we built that car in 3 months.
Yeah.
Good
Been
car.
through a few hands since. Now it is John Gibson's car, 1076, taking on Paul Dominey, 1040. Well, Paul's car just did not move when the tree dropped for him. $10.85 for John Gibson takes them. Paul Dominey actually breaks out as well. Didn't matter. John Gibson was long gone and takes the win. Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin, looking for a 940. Going alongside Sean Milsom, 10.03. Should be a good race, this one too. Very, very determined drivers, I think is the best way to put it. I think both of these two were in the shout of the championship last year. It just did zeroed it. Twisting chassis launch there for Sean Milsom. 10.08 for a 10.03, but it is Steve Matthews that gets there first. On a hole shot, actually, 0-1 the win margin at the stripe. But it's Steve Matthews that takes it. Right, Jason Pickett, 9.79. Again, the car we all know up here very well indeed. It's another one that was put together predominantly by Keith Williams. But I think we all had a hand in that one. Going alongside Graham Barton, 10.66 on the dialing. So Graham will be leaving first. Jason will be doing the chasing. Oh, Graham's car has literally coughed and spluttered and died off the line. So as long as Jason doesn't break out, he'll be through. Yeah, coasting, 10.26. Always a little bit nervous when you get to the stripe thinking, lift.
Yeah.
But you did. So, well done, Jason. He's through. Unfortunate there for Graham Barton.
Bit of a gift.
Oh, what
looking at
happened?
that
It just-
reaction time, Jason.
Yeah. Well, he'd seen what had only happened, so...
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, we should actually go and print that off and frame it for him.
We could dine out on that one for
Yeah,
a while. I
oh,
think.
yeah.
Yeah. We'll congratulate him for winning, but
Yeah.
give him some jip over that for sure.
All right, 2 pairs to go on a solo.
Such a good class, isn't it, Cole?
Oh, I love this. I love Gasser Circus.
Yeah, really good bunch of guys and girls. Racing Ray as consistent as ever, coming under the tower.
So, no Nick Hewison. Not quite sure what's happening there. So, I've got Emily driving Sterner because Harvey's moved over to Nostalgia Superstock. So this is Harvey's girlfriend. Doing a cracking job. Was qualified really well. Got used to the car quickly. So Emily taking the win there. Right, solo then for Ray Turner, #1 qualifier. .1067, that's a strong darling. Were you here yesterday afternoon actually?
No, I wasn't. Yesterday.
Nostalgia Superstock Q3.
I watched it on the live stream.
Everybody was breaking out. It was bonkers.
What I wouldn't give to be driving in that air yesterday.
Oh boy, oh boy, yeah, definitely. But the conditions just like changed so quickly.
As it can.
1071, Ray Turner, nicely done. Well, we got Billy Jones, but we got no sign of Martin Hallam. So Billy on a solo. Congratulations, Billy. Ran his first ever 9 yesterday.
97, didn't he go?
Huh?
Was it 9.97
Yeah.
he went? Yeah, brilliant.
Owned the car for a number of years.
Leaving really good. It's a cool looking Willis.
Oh, 993 for
well
another
done.
PB. Wow.
Well
done,
the
Billy.
air for it this morning.
Yeah. Now that's given Dan him some. He's disappeared. Dan some impetus to get his Willis sorted out.
100%. Yeah. That's a good looking car. That
Yeah, it is cracking. Okay, Nostalgia Superstock. Round number 2. Right, first up then, Stuart Floyd taking on Rob Cawthorne. 12 flat dial in for Rob. I will see you a bit later on, yeah.
No transmission at the moment. It's in America. Be coming back soon. Ah. Oh, you? No. We're relaxing for the weekend, aren't we? We'll calm before the storm, I think. Yeah, that's it. Catch you guys in the a bit.
Oh, nice to catch Nick out there. And right, Stuart Floyd, Rob Cawthorne. Oh, Rob goes red. Oh, 004 red. That's going to hurt.
I was actually waiting for the green light to turn on there. That's how close that was.
Oh. .69, but it's a 13.22. Stuart Floyd continues his journey into round number 3. Well done. Well, Rob Cawthorne has just gone out. Let's see if Jake Cawthorne can go through. Got to get past Alan Huckle to do that. 12.82 dial in for the 1965 Ford Mustang. The 63 Dodge of Jake Cawthorne, the flag jumper, will be doing the chasing.
Well, it was definitely green.
Yes. Wow. Alan the Huckle breaks out by nearly 0.3 of a second. My goodness me. Fair to say, Jake dodged a bullet that time. He broke out as well, but only by 100th, but was very, very late leaving the line.
Yeah, I think the term dodged a bullet. Very appropriate.
Yeah. Right. Phil Hobson, old Scatterbolts, taking on Harvey Turner with this beautiful 66 wagon. Really like that.
Yeah, only a 10th difference between them in dial-ins, so you'll see the tree stagger nicely. And if you can see the difference in launching, you've got better eyes than I have.
Yeah, Harvey Turner, a breakout for Phil Hobson. Breaks out by a 10th, goodness me. But it is Harvey Turner that continues. Right, next up. Oh.
So, Dan Sanderson taking on John Sleeth. John, one of the only races in round 1 to go the right side of his number.
Yeah, he's wound the dial it down to 65 this time.
Yeah, shaved another 300ths off. Long time to wait though.
Oh, he couldn't wait long enough though. Red for John Sleeth. Dan Sanderson goes through.
Only 300th red too. And look at that.
He's hit his number as well. They're the painful ones. You hit your darling, but put a cherry on the tree. But it's Dan Sanderson. He breaks out. Oh dear. But the tree will always rule.
I think a lot of people who are still in competition have just taken a sigh of relief there because John Sleeth has been on form all weekend.
Yeah. Well, there's no easy customer in Nostalgia Superstock. How about Duncan Watson, Rick Denny? Two very experienced racers, but only one of them can go through to race Stuart Floyd in the next round. LM16 plays 993. Rick gets the green. Duncan gets the green. Oh, very well indeed.
It's going to have to be decided at the strike.
Oh, double breakout, but by the lesser amount. Rick Denny. Duncan got there first by 06, but broke out by 06. Rick Denny only broke out by less than 100th and takes the win.
So, Adrian Portelli on a bye.
No Glyn Boardman. Well, Glyn actually misskipped the last qualifier. Remember, he was pushed out the gate yesterday. He did take his round 1 win over Paul Smale, but unable to make the call here, so I can only assume there's a little granule in the car that's starting to annoy them a bit, I think. Best way to put it. So, 10.95 to dial. Adrian goes 10.84. Wow. Stonking run. That's really going to confuse him like mad because that is way quicker than he thought.
Yep, the tailwind has turned into a bit of a tail cross.
Right, your number 1 qualifier, Jim Smith, taking on Chris Goodale.
Look at the dial-in for Chris Goodale.
71 plays a 10.22. Oh, Chris Goodale goes red. Jim Smith carries on. .68 breakout. Oh boy, 10.16 breakout for Jim Smith. That's one of his quicker ones as well. But Jim Smith continues. Right, last pair in round 2. Dave Bilodeau, Don Scott. Two very experienced campaigners in this class. Both have reached the top step of the podium. Both have taken titles before. Only one of them can carry on in eliminations today. Green light on both sides of the racetrack. They have identical dial-ins. And that one goes the way, oh my goodness me, 9.64 a pair. Wow. Unbelievable. And Don Scott takes the win on the lesser breakout. 9.64 with a 9 compared to 9.64 with a 4. They were both flying, both of them on PBs. That shows how much they both desperately wanted that one.
Whoa, Spencer bringing the RPMs up to the moon before he dumped the clutch there. Yeah, Spencer Titwell on a, what I can assume is a test pass.
Yeah, because it's right around what you've rung now. So, but my goodness me, that was an incredible, what a pairing that is. Dave Bilodeau and Don Scott, both breaking up by 500s. Don, I mean, 9.64. Both of them PBing on that one there. Phew. Right, get our breath back now as we go into Outlaw Anglia. Sorry, that wasn't wrong with you, wrong. That was just one car that slotted in from Nostalgia Superstock.
first it is Nigel Green taking on Luke Hoskins. Now, there's a few good races coming up in round one. Of course, the way this works is heads-up racing, so unlike what you've seen previously, the tree roll won at exactly the same time, and it's whoever gets to the finish line first. No breakouts, no dial-ins, nothing like that. Simple, old school.
Well, they both qualified with 9:51. They're the closest two.
Picking with the stripe, Luke Hoskins takes the win by only 1/100th of a second. He had a 1/10 of a second, or 2/10 of a second almost, on the ET, but lost the exact same amount on reaction times.
All right, next up, Barry Danby and Jinnah. Jinnah, I think we talk about favourite lanes and everything. Jinnah, I think, always prefers the right. That's why I normally see him when he has the choice. So good to see Jinnah back with us, actually. Been out of the hot seat for a little while, but so good to be back. How about Barry Danby, though? Loving life in this car. We were talking about the history of this car yesterday. And so good to see this car still around and still being driven hard, being raced, being enjoyed, you name it. Oh, that was... I know exactly what happened there, actually. Barry went for the throttle, and the noise, he managed to stop it from breaking the beams. Jinnah thought that it was time to go and went.
Oh.
And that's what gave Jinnah the red light.
So Barry Danby takes the win?
Yeah, Barry Danby's got the win. Whoa. That was a pure knee-jerk reaction from Jinnah from the other car going, but then managing to stop, not breaking the beams. Jinnah went. Oh, wow. A pure error from Barry. Because you can see it was, it was like almost like a panic. He had to stop it, but it set Jinnah off, and that's the way it is. That's racing. It's just like oh dear.
So, Battle of the Bens. Ben Montgomery taking on Ben Kennedy. I've had a few messages in from Katie. Obviously, Ben Kennedy's other half. They had two completely separate issues yesterday. Obviously, you know that they slowed at the end of the run.
Yeah.
The throttle cut out, but they have no idea why. And the oil issue came back again from the previous run before, where the oil feed came off. So, fingers crossed, it all stays together on this one. Well, he's got the whole shot by half a second against Ben Montgomery. Safe to say he's going to take the win. Here goes. 8.40. 159 mile an hour. Moving him on into round two. Good 10.8 from Ben Montgomery, but yeah, when you're 2 seconds off the pace, it shows at the finish line. Up next then, Alex Strike with the Turbo Turtle, taking on Rob Brindle. Rob with a personal best 8.38. He was in the #1 qualifying spot until Wayne Power came round and ran the 7.5. Which was a personal best for him too. So a member of the 11-second club and a member of the 8 second club. So a pair of green lights, Rob moving all around his lane, but keeps the throttle absolutely pinned to an 8.57, 155 miles an hour. Taking out Alex Strike. Now, if I'm Albert Carter, and I've just entered my first Outlaw Anglia race,
Yeah.
I would be,
Excited.
yes, especially when I've got Wayne Power in the other lane.
Yeah.
Personal best of 7.52, which he ran in qualifying, his second ever 7-second pass, and it was half a second quicker than the run he did before.
Thing is, though, he now knows what it takes, if you like. Albert Carter, the last time I saw Albert up here, we'll just talk about it in a second.
Well, it's a 105 to 60 foot, and it is arrow straight for Wayne Power. What is it going to be at the stripe? 754, 177 mile an hour. Throttle was buried.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, the last time I saw Albert up here was at Dragstalgia when he was crewing with John Willard.
Yes.
And of course, that was Outlaw Anglia. John, I know you probably tuned in down under. If not, you'll pay the live feedback. Once again, a big hi from everybody here at the pod. Look forward to seeing you back one day, mate. I'd love to come down to Australia and go and see him race down there, but you never know. Never know. But well done, Albert. A good debut. But wow. Wayne Power has certainly got the sweet spot. Now it's just going to be fun bringing it down to the low sevens.
Low sevens.
What I also find interesting is because Wayne Power has now got a mid to low 7-second car, come Dragstalgia and the likes of hopefully Dalton Scarlett comes back again, and a big hi to the Scarlett family as well. That could be very, very interesting indeed. Very interesting.
Yeah, no easy ride for anyone.
No. Right, Lee Taylor, Gary Hill, your next pair. So Lee Taylor went 8.63 in qualifying. He's certainly got a handle on this car now. Got his 8-second sticker yesterday. He was a very proud recipient of that. Well done to Colin Miller for going around dropping stickers off for everybody. Well, they needed them, obviously. Wow, that's coming on. 9.62 for Gary Hill. But Lee Taylor, 8.33. That would have been good for number 2 qualifier. Well done. It left the line like a bandit. 111 to 60 foot there. 5.26 at 127. At the 8th, and 8.33, 159. Well on, Lee. Okay, next up then, Martin Payne, the great barbarian, going alongside the legend, of course, British Drag Racing Hall of Fame member Al O'Connor with Al's Gasser. This, our last pair in Outlaw Anglia round 1.
Yeah, so I'm currently doing my homework. Gets prescribed.
I shall mark it later. Well, unfortunately, Al went before the tree went. So Martin Payne, let's see what he can run. 8.39 for Martin Payne. That's more like it. That was a cracking run for Martin. speed of 157.
So that means all of the 8.5 second runners from qualifying are now all in the 8.3s, bar one who ran an 8.40.
That's pretty good. Right, Wayne Power gets a bye in round number 2. Barry Danby gets Martin Payne. Rob Brindle gets Luke Hoskins. And then Lee Taylor will be taking on Ben in the other pairing. Right, it's Supercharged Outlaws. Is this what you're doing your homework on?
It is.
After this, it will be the Wild Bunch, I think. And also Flathead Meltdown. They're back as well. So, 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning. Welcome to Nostalgia Nationals, day 3 of 3. So Jim Tucker with the Hellfire Hemi.
Bit of a double step off the line and then a move towards the centre line. Car doing his usual thing of having a bit of a wander.
Coast across the line with a 1490, just 49 miles an hour. Right, next to come around the corner is Andy Flavel.
Andy Flavel is currently at the bottom of the pile for all of those who have made all of the runs, with a combined total of 30.594.
I'll tell you what, they've had trials and tribulations this weekend, and Andy Flav's been brilliant sending me updates. So thank you ever so much indeed, mate. And I know he'll play this live stream back. But wanted to say big thanks to Martin Hill for helping them out with putting their fuel tank together back twice. Needed some welding work doing there. They've been struggling with tyre pressures. Trying to get that right. Nice burnout. Very nice. What else good? They popped the burst panel.
Yeah, the fact that these guys have made every single run is the impressive part, considering all the issues that they've had.
After their last run yesterday, basically, I've got to read you this. Everything looked fine. Popped the burst panel, could have been at the end of its life. Then the back pressure sucked in the mag leads and ripped all the right back leads plus that, hence the smoke. But the bottom end plugs all look good, valve lash is good.
Cool.
So, just can't make some of this up, can you? Goodness me, they've been up against it, but well done for the perseverance. And it's a lot of hard work. Well done. So best this weekend so far in class 8.17. Let's see how they get on then. Andy Flavel, the Steel River Hot Rod. That looked pretty planned actually, but half-track run. Launched off idle, 119 to 60 foot. Was actually off it just before the 8th 5:04, coasting through a 9:44 at 91 mile an hour. But the key for that, it was straight, it launched well, launched off idle, and I think they're going to have a much easier time back in the pits after that run than some of the other work they've had to do today. So a fairly decent outcome to that. Well done, guys. Right, next up, Keith Freeman, Andy Park.
So Keith Freeman is one of these long shots for the final. He's currently sitting in 5th position. 0.2 of a second off the Paul Dale, who's the next man in front. But both of those are a second off the good guys and Luke Watts. So, as we know, anything can happen. And I've certainly seen longer shots come to fruition.
Oh, fair to say that the old Loco team were very happy, and anybody that walked past their pit last night, including myself, were dragged in.
Were you fed noodles?
No, I was offered. I was vocally called in, and all they kept saying was, "Do you know we got an 8.7 second car?" Oh, they were very, very, very happy indeed. Went 8.78 for a PB yesterday. Andy Park back into the 9s, went 9.78.
Well, Keith taking a trip towards the sense line, getting very close to those blocks.
Oh my
Misses
word!
them.
8.68 on that one. He hasn't got an 8.7 car anymore. He's got an 8.6 second car. He just found a 1/10 of a second. Oh, Martin, where did that come from? Where did that come from? That new, yeah, it was the drink last night. That supercharger, my goodness me, that's made a difference. Oh, wow, Andy Park goes through with a 9.72, his quickest of the weekend. But, oh my word, Keith Freeman.
Wow.
Do you know what? I'm absolutely gobsmacked by that run. 8.68, 155. He had an 8.7 car for one run. 8.68. Oh, phenomenal. That's probably my run of the weekend, to be honest. Very, very well done indeed.
So, Dougie Hill could have been up there with Jack Williams, but unfortunately he's had 2 abandoned runs through massive, massive tyre shake.
Well, show your appreciation to the team, El Loco team. That man has just gone 8.6 for the first time ever. He ran his first 8.7 yesterday. But boy, oh boy, they are going to be a happy pit today. Right, as you say, the 2 slingshots.
So Brian Watson with Old Black Betty, 400 cubic inches of supercharged small block, taking on the 509 cubic inches of big block for Dougie Hill. 1.816 second slingshot coming your way. Whoa, how about that for a wheel stand from Dougie? Brian Watson with no issues at all, going to take the stripe too. A 7.97.
That was stout from Brian Watson. Excellent job, 171 mile an hour. Yeah, that was a Zebedee, unfortunately, for Dougie Hill, up and down, all over the place.
So up next then, Jack Williams with Evil Edna, currently in the lead of the Cannonball by a comfortable 2 seconds. We'll be going alongside Mick Hanna. However, Jack Williams' car has gone silent. Crew on it straight away, squirting some more methanol in the injection hat. And the car is back to life. Jack needs to make a run here. To stay in contention for the final.
Well, he kills them with consistency, doesn't he? There's Jack.
Yes, he got away with one yesterday. He only ran a high 8. In fact, he ran an 8:44 with a huge pedal because he had such a high amount of tyre shake off the line.
So the Haggis Hunter and Evil Edna. One Slingshot, one Chevy Nova. 2 7-second cars. Straight into Sage.
Whoa!
Okay.
Okay, unfortunately we're going to have a bit of a downtime for the minute.
Okay, if we can let our top end crews take care of everything up there. Nitro FM, if we can hand the airwaves over to you, we'll be back later on. Right, first up then, Stuart Floyd taking on Rob Cawthorne. 12 flat dial in for Rob. I will see you a bit later on, yeah.
No transmission. The moment's in America. Be coming back soon. Ah. Oh, you? We're relaxing for the weekend, aren't we? We'll calm before the storm. Yeah, that's it. Catch you guys from KFC a bit.
Oh, nice to catch Nick out there. And right, Stuart Floyd, Rob Cawthorne. Oh, Rob goes red. Oh, double low forehead. That's going to hurt.
I was actually waiting for the green light to turn on there. That's how close that was.
Oh. $12.69, but it's a 13.22. Stuart Floyd continues his journey into round number 3. Well done. Well, Rob Cawthorne has just gone out. Let's see if Jake Cawthorne can go through. Got to get past Alan Huckle to do that. 12.82 dial in for the 1965 Ford Mustang. The 63 Dodge of Jake Cawthorne, the flag jumper, will be doing the chasing.
Well, it was definitely green.
Yes. Wow, Alan the Huckle breaks out by nearly 0.3 of a second. My goodness me. Fair to say, Jake dodged a bullet that time. He broke out as well, but only by 100th, but was very, very late leaving the line.
Yeah, I think the term dodged a bullet. Very appropriate.
Yeah. Right. Phil Hobson, old Scalabolds, taking on Harvey Turner with this beautiful 66 wagon. Really like that.
Yeah, only a 10th difference between them in dial-ins, so you'll see the tree stagger nicely. And if you can see the difference in launching, you've got better eyes than I have.
Yeah, Harvey Turner, a breakout for Phil Hobson. Breaks out by a 10th, goodness me. But it is Harvey Turner that continues. Right, next up. Oh.
So, Dan Sanderson taking on John Sleeth. John, one of the only races in round one to go the right side of his number.
Yeah, he's wound the dial it down to 65 this time.
Yeah, shaved another 300ths off. Long, long time to wait though.
Oh, he couldn't wait long enough though. Red for John Sleeth. Dan Sanderson goes through.
Only 300th red too. And look at that.
He's hit his number as well. They're the painful ones. You hit your darling, but put a cherry on the tree. But it's Dan Sanderson. He breaks out. Oh dear. But the tree will always rule.
I think a lot of people who are still in competition have just taken a sigh of relief there because John Sleeth has been on form all weekend.
Yeah. Well, there's no easy customer in Nostalgia Superstock. How about Duncan Watson, Rick Denny? Two very experienced racers, but only one of them can go through to race Stuart Floyd in the next round. LM16 plays 993. Rick gets the green. Duncan gets the green. Oh. Very well indeed.
It's going to have to be decided at the strike.
Oh, double breakout, but by the lesser amount, Rick Denny. Duncan got there first by 06, but broke out by 06. Rick Denny only broke out by less than 100th and takes the win.
So, Adrian Portelli on a bye.
No Glyn Boardman. Well, Glyn actually misskipped the last qualifier. Remember, he was pushed out the gate yesterday. He did take his round one win over Paul Smale, but unable to make the call here, so I can only assume there's a little granule in the car that's starting to annoy them a bit, I think. Best way to put it. So, 10.95 to dial. Adrian goes 10.84. Wow. Stonking run. That's really going to confuse him like mad because that is way quicker than he thought.
Yep, the tailwind has turned into a bit of a tail cross.
Right, your number one qualifier, Jim Smith, taking on Chris Goodale.
Look at the dial-in for Chris Goodale.
71 plays a 10.22. Oh, Chris Goodale goes red. Jim Smith carries on. .68 breakout. Oh boy, 10.16 breakout for Jim Smith. That's one of his quicker ones as well. But Jim Smith continues. Right, last pair in round two. Dave Bilodeau, Don Scott. Two very experienced campaigners in this class. Both have reached the top step of the podium. Both have taken titles before. Only one of them can carry on in eliminations today. Green light on both sides of the racetrack. They have identical dialings. And that one goes the way, oh my goodness me, 964 a pair. Wow. Unbelievable. And Don Scott takes the win on the lesser breakout. 964 with a 9 compared to 964 with a 4. They were both flying, both of them on PB. Phew. Right, get our breath back now as we go into Outlaw Anglia. Sorry, that wasn't wrong with you, Brung. That was just one car that slotted in from Nostalgia Superstock.
And up first it is Nigel Green taking on Luke Hoskins. Now, there's a few good races coming up in round one. Of course, the way this works is heads-up racing, so unlike what you've seen previously, the tree roll won at exactly the same time, and it's whoever gets to the finish line first. No breakouts, no dial-ins, nothing like that. Simple, old school.
Well, they both qualified with 951. They're the closest two.
Pick him at the stripe. Luke Hoskins takes the win by only 1/100th of a second. He had a 1/10 of a second, or 2/10 of a second almost, on the ET, but lost the exact same amount on reaction times.
All right, next up, Barry Danby and Ginner. Ginner, I think we talk about favourite lanes and everything. Ginner, I think, always prefers the right. That's why I normally see him when he has the choice. So good to see Ginner back with us, actually. Been out of the hot seat for a little while, but so good to be back. How about Barry Danby, though? Loving life in this car. We were talking about the history of this car yesterday. And so good to see this car still around and still being driven hard, being raced, being enjoyed, you name it. Oh, that was... I know exactly what happened there, actually. Barry went for the throttle, and the noise, he managed to stop it from breaking the beams. Ginner thought that it was time to go and went.
Oh.
And that's what gave Ginner the red light.
So Barry Danby takes the win?
Yeah, Barry Danby's got the win. Whoa. That was a pure knee-jerk reaction from Ginner from the other car going, but then managing to stop, not breaking the beams. Ginner went. Oh, wow. A pure error from Barry. Because you can see it was, oh, it was like almost like a panic. You had to stop it, but it set Ginner off, and that's the way it is. That's racing. It's just like a... Oh, dear.
So, Battle of the Bens. Ben Montgomery taking on Ben Kennedy. I've had a few messages in from Katie. Obviously, Ben Kennedy's other half. They had two completely separate issues yesterday. Obviously, you know that they slowed at the end of the run.
Yeah.
The throttle cut out, but they have no idea why. And the oil issue came back again from the previous run before, where the oil feed came off.
Yeah.
So, fingers crossed, it all stays together on this one. Well, he's got the whole shot by half a second against Ben Montgomery. Safe to say he's going to take the win here. Goes 8.40, 159 mile an hour. Moving him on into round 2. Good 10.8 from Ben Montgomery, but yeah, when you're 2 seconds off the pace, it shows at the finish line. Up next then, Alex Strike with the Turbo Turtle. Taking on Rob Brindle. Rob with a personal best 8.38. He was in the number 1 qualifying spot until Wayne Power came round and ran the 7.5, which was a personal best for him too. So a member of the 11-second club and a member of the 8-second club. So a pair of green lights, Rob moving all around his lane, but keeps the throttle absolutely pinned to an 8.57, 155 miles an hour. Taking out Alex Strike. Now, if I'm Albert Carter, and I've just entered my first Outlaw Wrangler race,
Yeah.
I would be,
Excited.
yes, especially when I've got Wayne Power in the other lane.
Yeah.
Personal best of 7.52, which he ran in qualifying, his second ever 7-second pass, and it was half a second quicker than the run he did before.
Thing is, though, he now knows what it takes, if you like. Albert Carter, the last time I saw Albert up here, we'll just talk about it in a second.
Well, it's a 105 to 60 foot, and it is arrow straight for Wayne Power. What is it going to be at the stripe? 754, 177 mile an hour. Throttle was buried.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, the last time I saw Albert up here was at Dragstalgia when he was crewing with John Willard.
Yes.
And of course, that was Outlaw Wrangler. John, I know you probably tuned in down under. If not, you'll pay the live feedback. Once again, a big hi from everybody here at the pod. Look forward to seeing you back one day, mate. I'd love to come down to Australia and go and see him race down there, but you never know. Never know. But well done, Albert. A good debut. But wow. Wayne Power has certainly got the sweet spot. Now it's just going to be fun bringing it down to the low sevens.
Low sevens.
What I also find interesting is because Wayne Power is now get a mid to low 7-second car, come Dragstalgia and the likes of hopefully Dalton Scarlett comes back again, and a big hi to the Scarlett family as well. That could be very, very interesting indeed. Very interesting.
Yeah, no easy ride for anyone.
No. Right, Lee Taylor, Gary Hill, your next pair. So Lee Taylor went 8.63 in qualifying. He's certainly got a handle on this car now. Got his 8-second sticker yesterday. He was a very proud recipient of that. Well done to Colin Miller for going around dropping stickers off for everybody. Well, they needed them, obviously. Wow, that's coming on. 9.62 for Gary Hill. But Lee Taylor, 8.33. That would have been good for number 2 qualifier. Well done. It left the line like a bandit. 111 to 60 foot there. 5.26 at 127 at the 8th, and 8.33, 159. Well done, Lee. Okay, next up then, Martin Payne, the great barbarian, going alongside the legend, of course, British Drag Racing Hall of Fame member Al O'Connor with Al's Gasser. This, our last pair in Outlaw Anglia round 1.
Yeah, so I'm currently doing my homework. Gets prescribed.
I
to
shall
me.
mark it later. Well, unfortunately, Al went before the tree went. So, Martin Payne, let's see what he can run. 8:39 for Martin Payne. That's more like it. That was a cracking run for Martin. Speed of 157.
So that means all of the 8.5 second runners from qualifying are now all in the 8.3s, bar one who ran an 8.40.
That's pretty good. Right, Wayne Power gets a bye in round number 2. Barry Danby gets Martin Payne. Rob Brindle gets Luke Hoskins. And then Lee Taylor will be taking on Ben. Right, next up, Keith Freeman, Andy Park.
So Keith Freeman is one of these long shots for the final. He's currently sitting in 5th position. 0.2 of a second off the Paul Dale, who's the next man in front. But both of those are a second off the good guys and Luke Watts. So, as we know, anything can happen. And I've certainly seen longer shots come to fruition.
Oh, fair to say that the old Loco team were very happy, and anybody that walked past their pit last night, including myself, were dragged in.
Were you fed noodles?
No, I was offered. I was vocally called in, and all they kept saying, "Do you know we got an 8.7 second car?" Oh, they were very, very, very happy indeed. Went 8.78 for a PB yesterday. Andy Park back into the 9s, went 9.78.
Well, Keith taking a trip towards the sense line, getting very close to those blocks.
Oh my
Misses
word!
them.
8.68 on that one. He hasn't got an 8.7 car anymore. He's got an 8.6 second car. He just found a 1/10 of a second. Oh, Martin, where did that come from? Where did that come from? That new, yeah, it was the drink last night. That supercharger, my goodness me, that's made a difference. Oh, wow, Andy Park goes through with a 9.72, his quickest of the weekend. But, oh my word, Keith Freeman.
Wow.
Do you know what? I'm absolutely gobsmacked by that run. 8.68, 155. He had an 8.7 car for one run. 8.68. Oh, phenomenal. That's probably my run of the weekend, to be honest. Very, very well done indeed.
So, Dougie Hill could have been up there with Jack Williams, but unfortunately he's had 2 abandoned runs through massive, massive tyre shake.
Well, show your appreciation to the team, El Loco team. That man has just gone 8.6 for the first time ever. He ran his first 8.7 yesterday. But boy, oh boy, they are going to be a happy pit today. Right, as you say, the 2 slingshots.
So Brian Watson with Old Black Betty, 400 cubic inches of supercharged small block, taking on the 509 cubic inches of big block for Dougie Hill. 1.816 second slingshot coming your way. Whoa, how about that for a wheel stand from Dougie? Brian Watson with no issues at all going to take the stripe too. A 7.97.
That was stout from Brian Watson. Okay, yes. Yeah, I do have some news for you. You're going to see the cars in the pairing lanes heading back to the pits. Obviously, we do have an ongoing situation at the top end of the racetrack, which is very obvious indeed. So to save everybody sort of hanging around in the pairing lanes, waiting to see what happens, they're all going to head back to the pits. And then when we have an idea of when we can get going again, we will call them back down. So obviously some of these cars will need to warm up in the pits again. We could be down for a while. So please bear that in mind, folks, that we're not going to be going literally anytime soon. So it is an ongoing situation at the top end of the racetrack. So I will give you more news as and when I can. But as you say, all the teams are going back to the pits and they will be called back down when we have an indication as to how long we're going to be. Please bear with us. Thank you ever so much indeed for your patience. But as I say, all cars are going back to the pits and will be called back down later on when we have an indication of when we'll be able to get going once again. Unfortunately, I cannot give you any more information from the top end, but as and when I can, I will let you know, and I'm sure you'll understand. Thanks very much indeed for your patience. Nitro FM, it's back over to you. Fair to say, again, they're up.
I'm saying there, when you load up Facebook and then you see part 2 of a build. This is definitely one of those for me. Right, Steve, you need to add anti-roll bar into the into the basket, I think. Definitely a chassis twisting launch.
But it's A to B. Something to wait further, and here he is. Sticking with that 10.75 Darling that he so successfully ran yesterday. He went 10.75 and 3. And he's going alongside Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin. And we put a shout out for some parts for them yesterday. Quite a few people had almost the right thing, but they ended up going over to houses. And they got the bits. So they're out and running. Not quite exactly what they needed, but they've done okay.
Well, 9.39 is a strong dial-in, especially for Steve with the Honky Tonkin machine.
Oh, lovely wheels up launch there for Steve. $9.50 and a 10.82. Yeah, they were after like Holly needle valves yesterday. They were trying to get 150s.
Yeah.
And the nearest they could get were 125s. That'll do, that'll do. Right, Gary Nash, the new owner of the Anson Anglia, looking for a 11.25, and Paul Dominey, 10.16 with the 640 Austin Dorset.
Unfortunately, Gary's getting shut off after a quick inspection from Holly. Yeah, and a aborted run there as well from Paul. He's going to run it all the way through, but double stepped on the line, so the number's going to be nothing like what it should have been.
Right, Graham Barton then with High Anxiety, looking for a 10.60. Dialed in 10.66 yesterday and went under it, so hence that's why he's changed it to 10.60. That's looking good and strong. 10.67, should have left it alone with the 66 dial, but there you go. Still moves up from number 20 to number 8. Just a little bit of a clean-up in the Kestrel lane.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what was spotted there, actually.
Well, they definitely found something, because they're getting the bag of dust out as well. Looks like it's just spotting a little bit there. Jason Pickett just sat there waiting patiently with the Cherry Bomb 55 Chevy. That paintwork just looks incredible in the sunshine. It really does. And obviously with the new engine in there as well now. When Jason took over that car, it was sort of, consistent high 10s. New engine in there, straight into the 9s. And so that was a trip over to, I think, John Webster. Put an 850 cage in the car now.
Awesome.
So, yeah, Jason, obviously, because he can now run, ended up number 3 qualifier yesterday, when he went 9.88. So dial in this morning, 9.96. Beautiful launch. Use that wheelie bar to perfection. $10.09, 130. 6 for Nick. 10.19 for Ray. For Nick, and Ray goes 10.45. No harm for those two. Nick, a little bit left on the launch, but had it under control. As we look down on Sam Glenn with the straight shooter Austin, dialing for him is 10.49, and that's Nervous Nick, 11.20, dialing with the Anglia. I know all these cars are just cool as anything, but the sun just makes these things like really pop. You have these metal flake and glitter paint schemes and that. It just makes them look so good. Oh, Sam Glenn got away with one there, actually. He was lucky he didn't break the beam. 10:57 and 11:09 breakout there for Nick. Bit too quick. Sam moves up 15 to 11.
Yeah, and Sam Glenn's truck seemed to go more up than forwards then as well when he let go of the button, which was quite fun to watch.
Adam Kaczynski taking on Jason Hollenby. 10:63 for the jumping jalapeno Falcon. And 11:10 for the not so mellow yellow Chevy. (11:13), 14 to number 5 with that one. Jason goes 10:85 from that 63, and if that was a race, there was .005 between them at the stripe. Chris Layram, John Gibson. So you've got the Allergas Anglia going alongside the high roller Ford Falcon, and the dial is at 10:05 and 10:75. The idea being whoever's the closest to their dial-in without going under will be hard qualified. (10:19 and 10:86), they both stay put. All right, Brian Gibson with the identity crisis. Dialing in 11:77. Bit tamer than usual. And it's the blunderbuss with Tony Pearson down there. Will be driven by Steffi Milsom, but she's currently on a business trip to Chicago. So Tony having a new chassis built for his car. He was carless, so he managed to get behind the wheel of this one.
Match made in heaven.
Breakout for Brian Gibson, but Tony goes 12:08, moves up from 22 to 17. Right, Ian Turbeville with Bad Blood 2.0. And that's got Sean Milsom for company. The Morris van with a 347 cubic inch V8 up front. (16) and Turbo goes 16:10. Grumpy Grizz, Billy Jones, and that's Harvey Turner with Nurse Stoner looking for 1180. Billy Jones did Street Weekend last year, and the three of us set off in convoy, that's myself, Bruce Kopaz with the Dirty Martini Porsche, and Billy got about 2 miles out. The gate sat upon an electrical problem. Had to stop. He goes, no, you go. I'll catch you up, and he did, but Skegness.
Oh, cool.
He actually had a really good street weekend, but unfortunately, it chucked it down with rain. And all the water came in their front window and just gave them their feet washed in the car. It's awful. Goes 10. Billy goes 10.13 on a 10.09. Nice move there for Billy. Goes into number 8. Simon Prest, Commander size we call him, with the Rocket. Currently qualified number 13. He went 11.08 on that qualifier, but he's been pushed back. What a shame. No idea why. A little spot of something. So we're not going to see our champion from 2024 put in a run in this session. He will be fine later on, obviously.
So that means Ray Turner remains your number 1 qualifier.
I can't actually imagine Simon ever having a problem with that car. That's got to be an overfill or something. That car built by Dale Snook, of course.
Okay.
From America. And if you remember, Dale came over, I think, Dragstalgia last year, and we lined up, or the year before, we lined up Simon Prest in the Rocket alongside Brian Gibson, Identity Crisis.
Yeah.
Because Dale built that car as well. Dale was stood by the fence, and both cars just went side by side past him, and Dale was just stood there going, oh, this is just heaven. It was a great moment. Great moment. Obviously, the Gas Circus planned it to perfection.
Yeah.
It was the last pair. And I spotted it. They didn't tell me, I spotted it. And I said to Dale, if anywhere near a fence, you need to get over there now. But obviously, they'd already planned it. That was a really good moment, that. Okay, we move to Nostalgia Superstock. This is Royden Mitchell. Rolled a bit too far forward, unfortunately. He's trying to stage with the back wheels. Not that I'm biased or anything, but I really like Nostalgia Superstock. I wonder why.
You haven't ever, say, raced in the class, have you?
Funny enough, I have, yes. Funny enough, I will be at their next round as well.
Cool. Of course, the next round being Dragstalgia.
It is, yeah.
One of my favourite events of the year.
Ah, it's awesome, isn't it? That's better. Oh, nice little wheelie off the line as well for Royden. Now then, 10.65 is the target. This goes 10.91. It's coughing a little bit at the top end though.
And as close to 13 as you can physically get without going too quick.
Oh, Stuart Floyd goes 13.34, and that 13 moves up from 32 to 25. I think Nick Martin was thinking he was going to have a go against a tractor that time, but let's come back. So the Downtown Duster, 11.05 on the dial in. He's currently number 13 qualifier. Goes 11.12, moves up one spot, 13 to 12. Right, Chris Goodale up next, looking for a 9.78. If you're not already booked in, I think most of the Nostalgia Superstocks will be coming along. And hopefully a lot of the Gasser circus as well. But the day after Dragstalgia Sunday, on the Monday, it's the Gas Bash. And Chris Goodale is supporting that. And yeah, Nostalgia Superstock, Gasser Circus and everything. Come along. There's Run With Your Brung and also some bracket racing as well. For more details, pop round and see Chris Goodale in the pits. Okay then, Jack Bishop dialing in 983 and the hooligan from qualifying yesterday, Billy Mills, 981. A huge wheel stand yesterday. I wonder which way the lenses of the photography for this one. I've got a funny feeling they'll be looking at Billy, but let's have a look and see what he does this time. Oh yeah, he's done it again. He got off the gas though, should have stuck with that one. Brought it back down nicely though. 989, 997. Well, Billy, he still goes up from 23 to 16 with that most number of runs from everybody yesterday. So he had a good day yesterday. He's looking for 10, 17 minutes. Peak Christmas with the #1 qualifier at the moment. 10:45 on that 40. Neil Francis moves 24 to number 14. Gary currently number 13, Jim number 5. $10:33, 11:51. No help, they'll stay put. All right, John Wilson with the Barracuda and Dave Tildesley with the Dodge Dart. Dave had quite a few runs in Run With Your Brung yesterday. Helped him set the car up for qualifying. Fair to say, two of the newer names in Nostalgia Superstock class, always bringing people in. Really good. Jody Watorowski with the Buick Skylark. Got Dave Bilodeau next to him. So Dave, number 4 qualifier at the moment, 973. Jody, number 27. Right, let's see how close Dave can pull this one. 978 on that 73, going to stay number 4.
I'm just thinking, the size of Adrian Portelli's garage must be huge. Because that is, let's just say, bigger than an average size vehicle.
Yeah.
And so is his other car.
Yeah, the Polari. Yeah. So Adrian gets there first with 99, stays 11. Rick Denny, though, moves up to number 5 with that 11.29. Nice move from Rick. Right, Stuart Arthur with the Plymouth. What'll it do? Well, he hopes it will do a 12.24. John Sleeth with the Camaro, 975 on the dial-in, went 977 in Q1 yesterday. Beautiful launch there for John. Good looking run as well, hits his number, goes to number 1. Well done, John Sleeth. Now then, I didn't see where the excitement there. I didn't see where Stuart Arthur ended up.
5.7 litres. V8. Oh, yeah. And a little bit of nitrous. Help him along. Gary currently sit number 5 with a 9.66 run. If he can gain a 10th, he'll go up to number 4. Ben off nicely with a 126.60 foot. Across the line to an 8.44, 156 miles an hour. Stretches the lead from 1/10,000th of a second to nearly a 10th.
Is that PB for Ben, actually?
It's getting close.
It is, isn't it?
I think it's a 42. If I remember correctly from my conversation I had briefly with Aaron yesterday. So up next then, Luke Hoskins with Let It Be, taking on the homebrew of Ben Montgomery. That actually made me jump because I looked away the minute that they all hit the throttle. Usually you hear a trans brake or something, but there was none of that. So Luke goes 9.69, moves him up to number 6. Ben stays number 10.
Gary Bird has just messaged in. He said, can you let Thomas know that Dave Sidaway's Time Bomb was a turbo car?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
there we go.
always thought that that was pro-charged.
Oh, turbo.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Gary. Thank you for that. I hope you're keeping well, mate. Nice to hear from you.
See, that's why I said one of the only, not the only.
One off.
Yeah.
That's a get out of jail card.
Yeah. So, Rob Brindle was your number 2 qualifier with an 8.50. One of the quickest passes he's ever made. Got to run a 44 now. If he wants to take the number 1 spot back, it's going to be a tight battle at the top. But of course, double stepped off the line. And still feathering it as he goes up the track. So, he's going to go. In fact, there was no time at all for Rob, unfortunately, there. So, he's going to stay number 2, unless this man, Jinnah, with...
Now, then, I had a word with Jinnah last night. I said, yeah, what's all this about doing a burnout in the burnout box and not rolling forward? And, you know, we were talking about his knees yesterday. He says, well, I didn't know if they'd work all that much going into reverse and going forward, so I thought I'd do it gently yesterday. He said, don't worry, Carl. I said, I'll give you a big burnout tomorrow. That's exactly what he's just done. Also, his run yesterday was the first time in quite a while he'd driven the car.
Yeah.
He was a little bit unsure. No issues today. Oh, no.
Apart from that one.
Apart from that issue. Curses.
Yeah, because Jinnah's personal best is in the low 8s, so he's where he needs to be to take number 1 qualifier if he can get this small issue fixed. Because I see no leak, I see no trail.
No, there's obviously something. Because Ian won't shut a car off unless he has to.
No. With the Al's gasser.
I've just spotted Albert Carter's doing street weekend in the pop.
Cool.
And to answer a question, Barry Danby with that That'll Do pop was Spencer Tidwell's car.
Ah, I got it.
I knew there was a link somewhere.
So Al going 10.05, 129 mile an hour, at 11.39.
And we were tracing the history of that Barry Danby's car. We think It was originally Wayne Nicholson's car.
Cool.
Way back when. Wayne, if you're tuned in or listening, let us know, mate. But we got a sneaky suspicion that was Wayne's Pop originally.
So underneath the tower is Wayne Power. With a car that can easily take #1 qualifier, but of course Wayne is still learning. He's got the first bit down, he can do the 60 foot, but cars this short with this much power, they take a bit of driving. It's certainly one hell of a step up from a 9-second pop to a 7-1. Yeah, car just instantly takes a move over towards the centre line. Wayne does the appropriate thing and backs off full throttle. And he's still on the throttle a little bit, goes 924, 127 mile an hour.
That'll do. It all comes together.
With Al's gasser.
I've just spotted Albert Carter's doing Street Weekend in the Pop.
Cool.
And to answer a question, Barry Danby with that That'll Do Pop was Spencer Tidwell's car.
Aha, got it.
I knew there was a link somewhere.
So Al going 10.05, 129 mile an
Nice.
hour. And 11.39.
And we were tracing the history of that Barry Danby's car. We think it was originally Wayne Nicholson's car.
Cool.
Way back when. Wayne, if you're tuned in or listening, let us know, mate. But we got a sneaky suspicion that was Wayne's pop originally.
So on this tower is Wayne Power. With a car that can easily take #1 qualifier, but of course Wayne is still learning. He's got the first bit down, he can do the 60 foot, but cars this short with this much power, they take a bit of driving. It's certainly one hell of a step up from a 9-second pop to a 7-1. Yeah, car just instantly takes a move over towards the centre line. Wayne does the appropriate thing and backs off full throttle. Actually still on the throttle a little bit, goes 924, 127 mile an hour.
That'll do. It all comes together.
As we see Lee Taylor and Nigel Green.
I find this quite in the right way. You know, you mentioned like Albert Carter's full pop used to belong to Kim Harrison, and you know, you wish her a happy birthday. They're tuned in. Kim, thanks for the message. She basically says she misses seeing us all, and we'll get to a meeting at some point. Kim and obviously Rod, a massive hello from all of us here. Yeah, we miss you too. Carl is doing great, looking after fuelish things here.
Yeah.
But yeah, Rod and Kim been friends. That's right. Before I even started commentating, Rod and Kim were one of the first people I met in the pits and had a chat with them.
Cool.
And remained friends with them all that time. Blimey, Kim, that was 18 years ago. We used to do the barbecue raids and stuff like that. Great times. Great times.
So Lee in the Kestrel Billet, another one who can take the #1 qualifier. Lovely wheels up launch.
Go on, Lee. Come on. 863, 152. He'll take that all day long. Goes to number 4.
That was a beautiful launch.
Well, 115 to 60 foot. I mean, that was hauling. Very nicely done, Lee.
Listen to this, ready, Colin? Another one who could take the #1 qualifier.
Yeah, Martin Payne, the great barbarian.
Yeah, spent more time yesterday going up than he did going forwards, unfortunately. Hit the wheelie bar very, very hard indeed.
Yeah. I've got news for you.
Okay.
Chloe Wilkins just messaged me to say, give Butch a shout out when out at Anglia running. We're excited to join the class at Dragstalgia running the new car.
Cool.
So another one. Thanks, Chloe, and hope you're keeping well. That's all the family. Of course, Littleton as well. Let's see how Martin Payne gets on then. The great barbarian. Another car that just looks so good in the sun. Looks good anyway, but in the sunlight, just even better.
Much more like it on the launch. It was a 121, 60 foot. Going to carry it through. It's going to be an 850 again.
Wow.
So that's 3 cars that have run it. One's improved.
Excellent session from Outlaw Anglia. Thoroughly enjoyed that. As we move into the Wild Bunch, got a message from Ian Hart. You know, they were trying to find an electric cut-off switch. Mm-hmm. I saw the car on the trailer, sorry, the body on a trailer yesterday. I thought, where are they going? Now it's become clear. Rory had an incident yesterday when the body toppled because the old tree failed. which obviously should
Yep.
be, yeah. Massive thanks to Luke Shakeshaft, who joined us burning midnight oil to rebuild the tree supports and weld in a new frame. And we are back to run again. So well done, and thanks to Luke Shakeshaft as well. That's the drag racing family working together to get everybody back out. And that's James Griffin's first run of the weekend. Didn't put a pass in yesterday, goes 9.65. And Paul Tarry goes 11.02. So this is Wild Bunch Q2.
Another tower then. Loz Butcher and Pete Brown. And this is one of Pete's first times driving Wrathchild with a new combination. I said yesterday... it was on petrol, but it's not.
It's not, it's on methanol.
No, it's methanol. And this is one of the first times ever they're having to lift to stop the burnouts rather than just carrying them on forever. And Loz and the team with the new to them slingshot. Running mechanical fuel injection. Car with a lot of potential. Once team and driver have got some seat time, this car will definitely be one to watch. Lovely wheels up launch of Wrathchild then. Making all of the use of the new wheelie bar as Loz takes a bit of a wander around her lane. Pete goes 9.93!
Oh my goodness
I
me!
don't believe it! Wrathchild's a 9-second car again! 9.93, 131 mile an hour, shaves 2/10 off the 60 foot. Wow.
Oh my goodness me, he's going to be like a kangaroo on speed when he gets that tight. He's going to be bouncing all over the place, isn't he? Oh my word. Oh, what a run. I think that probably the news is going to get back to Rebel.
Not yet, not yet.
Oh, wow.
I don't believe it.
Right, Pete Whitfield and Ian Wild, your next pair, the Rowell Rail and the Wildcat Altered. I think the Mara just thought he was driving Rebel for us. Wow. 12.30 and 14.03. Rob must surely know what Pete ran by now. Must do.
I don't think he does.
Your good buddy Harley doing the backing up duties down there?
I've never met him before. I don't
No.
know who he is. No.
Never heard of him, no?
Never heard of her.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, Harley's been recruited into helping, and if you notice as well, Cruel and Wrathchild was his other half, Jess.
Ah.
It's of course the other twin. This is Rob Brown in Rebel in the Kestrel beer lane. Car now, touch wood, consistently in the mid to low eights. Taking on Ian Armitage with the purple slingshot in the Slitrix lane. Well, that was a 1:17 60 foot from Rebel. As Ian's taking a wander around his lane this time. Rob goes 8.48, 154 mile an hour, and a 9.43, 132 mile an hour for Ian Armitage. as the Wheelie Kings themselves come out onto the track. Chris Hartnell with Backdraft and Gav Meanley with the Charlie Bang Special. There's a very smiley Dave Grabham joins us in the tower. Hello, hello, how are you?
He's got our little notes, thank you.
Oh, do we give him permission for time off, do we?
So Chris with the Backdraft slingshot. And as we know, Gavin Meanley with the Charlie Bang Special.
Much more tame today. Had a conversation with Claire yesterday, and apparently a new fuel pump in Backdraft, hence why it's sounding a bit fat, as she says. Obviously meaning rich. He goes 10.99, 117 mile an hour, and a 12.1 for the Charlie Bang.
Well, here comes young Rory Hart, fresh from his fantastic 9.61 yesterday. It was a cracking run. But then a bit later on had a bit of a bodywork issue where the tree inside failed. So thanks to Luke Shakeshaft burning the midnight oil with the team, got it fixed. And I'm assuming they found electric isolator switch as well. There they are. God, that's sounding good and strong. Wow.
Yeah, I have a feeling this isn't the training wheels engine anymore.
No.
Well done to the Rebel and Wrathchild team. Wrathchild's a 9-second car again.
Yeah.
That was a stonking launch as well. 1.3 to 60 foot for Wrathchild. Wheels up the whole way. As Rory brings the Braveheart funny car back to the start line.
Right, what has Rory got for us today? That's looking good again. We got another 9? We have a 965, 135 miles an hour.
So, Cole taking Purple Days down the track. Luke taking Agamemnon, 1 purple, 1 green. Oh, Cole rolls through stage, unfortunately. Luke's going to be sent. Oh, he's not. Cole's going to be brought back.
Give him every opportunity.
A bit of a haze coming out the back of the Agamemnon machine. Still goes 842, 161 mile an hour, and 973. 4. And just like that, we're back.
Mark Russell popped up to drop your lunch off, but he did say to me, help yourself, so there's nothing left.
Here we go then. Paul Watts and Andy Park. Paul with no easy pickup. Andy with the twin screw U, because it's the only car running with a screw type supercharger. Pros and cons being screws are more efficient for their size, but more expensive for their size as well. And both these teams from opposite ends of the country. Andy from Scotland, Paul from the Isle of Wight. Andy Park goes through with a 9.88, 135 mile an hour, and a slowing 11.1 for Paul. And trust me, the hits just keep on coming. Up next, Mike Couch with No Hamley Hustler. A car I've driven, but not in this form. Running now with the LS motor. Taking on Steve Clark. So the good guys, Topolino in the Kestrel beer lane. No stranger to the 8s. Neither is the Slingshot in the Slick Tricks lane. Ran yesterday into a mid-8 at only 134 miles an hour. Limited to 4,000 RPM. Mike left the burnout limiter on. And all numbers point one way, and it's the number that he desperately, desperately wants from this machine. Car he built himself. Designed originally to run a flathead Ford engine. Then moved to a tiny, tiny, tiny Hemi. Only 290 cubic inches. Now, the LS, but unfortunately he gets clipped off. So solo then for Nigel Rigdon. So the way this works is a bit like a cannibal style, where all your runs over qualifying get added up. Those two with the smallest times and the smallest numbers after that race for the final. So an 8.65, 159 mile an hour. Good start for the good. So to progress in the Cannonball, Brian Watson. Strong launch, 1.20 to 60 foot. Had a bit of a splutter as it goes past 200 feet. Across the quarter mile, 8.56, 153 miles an hour. Puts him one place above.
Now, Dougie didn't get a run in yesterday, unfortunately, was shut off. So this will be his first run in class to qualify.
Lots of tyre shaking, beautifully pedalled for Dougie. Jim Tucker's off the power. What's Dougie got at the stride?
7.28, 190 miles an hour. A few pedals on the way. 111 to 60 foot. At the 8th, he was 471 at 153.
So that puts Dougie Hill to the top of the order now.
Now, number 2 is still Robbie Grabbing, number 1. On
yes,
their
they
chosen times.
No, so the way this works now is, you know the Drugstolger Cannonball?
Yeah.
The way that runs. So obviously all your times get added up. The one with the lowest amount of time, obviously, you then go into the final.
Yeah.
So that starts from now.
Right, okay.
Yesterday was just a play, shall we say.
Okay.
Hence why I've got my list out on my phone.
Yeah.
Robbie off and running, but here comes the power of the Nitro machine. This is going to be close to the stripe. 7.23 at 7.40. 191 mile an hour beats 179. Wow.
Wow, indeed. Well, Rob stays top of the pile then. He went 7:21 yesterday, 7:23 today. Dougie went 7:28. Brian, with that run there, goes 7:40, 179. God, it's brilliant fun. Absolutely brilliant. So if Andy does what he's told me he's going to do, he's going to launch off idle. Let's see. Taking the tyre pressures up a little bit as well.
That was lovely until it span.
What are you saying?
A big puff of smoke, and it sounds sort of lazy-ish, but Mike caught that, lifted off nicely. Only at 1.30, 60 foot. I say only because he did a lot quicker than that yesterday.
Well, they wanted to try and get 3 or 4 runs in over the course of the weekend, so... see how he gets on then. Kevin Chapman with the Thermareg Mustang. Well, it was around about 250 foot out, that one, 111 to 60 foot, and I tell you what, they are pumped. The team are very, very happy with that. It worked. It didn't like snap out of shape or anything like that. It was straight. It was true. Drifted slightly right, but that was it. And I tell you what, I think Kev was on instruction saying, right, you take it to 200 foot, don't go any further. And mind you, if he did try to go any further, he may have crossed the centre line.
Tower. Rocking the whole thing backwards and forwards. Here we go.
That should be in the mid-60s. It's a 673 at 237 miles an hour. A very, very good run indeed there for Julian. Once again.
So it builds a small amount of boost before letting go of the button. Bounces his way to 330 foot. Still going. To 11.80 at 97 miles an hour.
It's been down to Manston as well. Trouble is I can't find the name just yet. Oh, that's got huge potential though, my goodness me. So the old Chevy goes 11.96, coasting to 80 mile an hour. Got to the 8th in 6.87 at 99, so that's around about a 10.7.
This is round 3 of qualifying for these guys. They've been around twice already, once last night, once this morning. Number 1 qualifier remains Ray Turner, running a 10.75 on a 10.75.
Yeah, he did that in Q1, didn't he? Going alongside, Jason Hollenby and Ray Irish, your first pair. 10.75 plays 10.35. They are 17 and 19 respectively at the moment. Well, that tells you everything. Double breakout. 10.30 on a 35, 10.59 on a 10.75 Jason. That's a quarter of a second quicker than that is a total misjudgment, but the car's going way quicker than you thought it would, which bizarrely is good news but frustrating news at the same time. pick what you want out of that. Next up, Sam Glenn, Graham Barton.
Sam with a good wheelie in Q2. Fortunately, hit the wheelie bars, offloaded the rear tyres. See what you can do here.
Oh, lovely.
Strong O2 light as well.
Four cars in the class through, 3 of them are broken out. 36 on a 43 too quick. Graham Barton goes 1070 on that 1060. Just a tenth off, but the right side. As we look at Nick Hewison with the short fuse and Nick Langham with the Anglia. So Nick Hewison, basically, he's got a new two-step, so he's getting used to the new launches. And he does say that the new T-shirts are available in the pit, so pop round and see him, and you can get a short fuse T-shirt.
They are very cool as well.
Well, they do look good, actually.
So choose your old English gasser then, the black one or the green one. Short fuse on one side. Barton fired on the other.
.10.28 plays 11.13, but they both stay put. No improvement in position. Okay, so Simon Prest, it was 10th after the first session, but he was pulled back from the start line due to a small oil leak. No problem, just a small drip from the C4 rear crank seal, which is common. Adam Krasinski with a not so mellow yellow Chevy, currently in the number 5 spot. Moved to high compression pistons, so a PB of 1087 earlier. That was 1099. If he breaks out, he want to breaks out by over a 1082. Wow. That is another PB. If you're going to break out, make sure it's a PB, and he's successfully done that. Well done. 1082. 122.83 mile an hour. So, commiserations on the breakout, but congratulations on the PB. Chris Layroom and your number 1 qualifier as it stands at the moment. Ray Turner goes back to the 1080. Look at the wind turbines, getting a bit of a tailwind again now. Ooh.
Yeah, get ready for some breakouts.
Yeah, that's bizarre that the flags are going the other way. What's going on? So, 1080, oh, 1004 breakout, 1071 breakout. They're all going too quick. Now then, this is a bit confusing because the flags are going one way and the wind turbines are going the other. That doesn't help anybody understand what the wind is doing at the moment. Right, Tony Pearson with the blunderbuss, dialing in 1190, and Sean Milsom with Ain't Misbehaving, looking for a 1009.
Sean rolls through stage. He will get a time, it just won't be representative. And Tony goes 007 red. Yeah, 1080 not representative, and 1187 breakout.
Oh, just by 300s for Tony. Oh. Right, Billy Jones with Grumpy Grizz going alongside Ian Turbeville with Bad Blood 2.0. 13 flat for Ian, 10-10 for Billy. again, Billy Jones. And Turbo goes 15.48. Steve Matthews, I did actually spot him walking around. I thought, he's looking rather svelte. And he's actually on the notes now. He's lost some weight, which he reckons is worth 600ths of a second. So why's the Darling gone back to 950 then? I don't know. Right, it says Harvey Turner, but it's not Harvey driving. It's actually his girlfriend, Emily, that's driving, because Harvey is running the new car in Nostalgia Superstar. Oh, someone's got a box full of neutrals there, wouldn't shift. Okay, 947 breakout should have gone back to 950. All right, shout out to Tina Word from Bivvy, watching from the banking. Barney sent us through that message. So, always get a big burnout after that. So, Tina Wood on the banking. Where are you? Give us a wave. So, Bibby says hi. Right, Brian Gibson and John Gibson. The Identity Crisis Dart and the High Roller Falcon. You've got 1164 and 1075 on the Darlings. Brian is currently number 2. And John is number 6, but we do have a car stuck in the shutdown area. That is obviously the Nurse Stoner car that I think got stuck in gear. It wouldn't shift from second by the sounds of it. So just been pushed through the first exit, which is now clear. So here we go. Brian Gibson and John Gibson. Someone's getting a bit eager, doing a burnout before this pair have even gone. Well, that's the difference between an 04 light and a .39. 11.54 breakout for Brian. John 10.81. Right, Paul Dominy and Jason Pickett with Cherry Bomb. He wants to rename the car Grin Factor because the smile it puts on his face every time he sees it and drives it. Basically, he's getting used to a trans brake in the car as well now. So not only has he got a new engine, he's got trans brakes to play with as well. He's got all the toys to go quick. Big wheelies as well. Jason Pickett. Oh, he's loving life in that car. .983 breakout for Jason Pickett. 10.25 to the right side. Jason still holds on to that number 3 spot. Keith Williams is going, missed it. But 983 car is flying. And we move on to Nostalgia Superstock. This is Q3. Don't forget, they get another qualifier. This isn't their last qualifier. They do get Q4 later on. So you got Pete Christmas and Neil Francis, currently 3 and 22. It will be a 32 car ladder, so those on the outside looking in are going to be a little bit nervous. There's only 3 of them at the moment, which is Jody, Mick Deacon and Spencer Tidswell. So Pete goes down that track. They're all going too quick now. They're all breaking out. 36 on a 44, 68 on a 75. Guys in Nostalgia Superstock, knock 700s off your Darlings.
Yeah.
That's basically what's happening, because the same thing happened in Gasser Circus. Let's see what happens with these two. 988, 1232. Well, if Jack knocks 700 or 800s off, he'd be in the 97s. And I can't remember the last time he was there. Stuart Arthur pretty much resolutely runs 12 threes.
Well, if you want to shave time off, double stepping off the line is the way to do it.
91. Stuart Arthur goes into the 12-2s. He's broken out. Oh dear. Listen to the commentary team
Sit.
for tuning advice on violence.
One of the funniest things happened to me when I was racing at Shaky. Run, broke out by about a tenth of a second. Got back to the pit, and Charlotte, my sister, my crew chief, goes, "Did you break out?" I was like, "Yeah." She went, "By a tenth." I went, "Yeah." She went, "Yeah, everyone was doing that." Cheers, Charlotte. Thanks for letting us know.
Royden Mitchell looking for a 10.55. Dave Tills looking for a 10.63. Now then, 11.63. Dave, if he goes into the 11.5s, oh my word. If he goes into the 11.5s, he's just touched on 11.53. He's broken out by a tenth. Guys, the air is obviously very good. That tailwind is helping, even though the flags are flying in the wrong direction. It's quick out there. Right, Harvey Turner, Chris Tyhurst. Now then, Chris, he'll probably go 11.99 here, and I apologise to Chris if he does. Right, so there we go, 11.99 predicted time for Chris Tyhurst, as long as he doesn't wheel spin.
Well, Harvey Turner is currently sitting in the number 32 spot.
He didn't go 11.99, he went 11.94. Oh, this is comical. Oh dear, they're going way too quick. Adrian Portelli, no, he hasn't adjusted his dial in either. He's on 10.95. Gary Semper, 11.42. He went. Ooh, now then. I don't think Adrian has adjusted the dial. I don't think he's gone enough. He's probably going to do what, a 92, maybe a 91. Oh no, Adrian Portelli straight to number one. 10.95 with a 1. We knew somebody would get the form book out and study it, and Adrian has done it. Well done. Number 1 qualifier. Breakout the other side, of course. 10th, 11.34. As we look at Paul Singer and Don Scott. Now then, 9.70. Don has adjusted the dial in accordingly. Well done, Don. Let's see what he ran earlier, because that was going to make a big difference. Get the page to stop scrolling. Yeah, Don went 9.77, so yeah, Don could be on the money here. Oh, 9.69 with an 8. Oh, just missed it. Paul Singer breaks out 12.34 and a 12.35. Goodness me, they are all breaking out. Oh, here you go. Here comes Billy Mills. Now then, has he still got, what's the back end of the car looking like? He's still got a number plate on there.
It's not bent yet.
The bumper looks okay.
Yeah, I think he's actually managed to keep it off the bumper both times. However, he's been, well, as close as you'd want to get.
But the only reason is it's got quite a short overhang at the back. If he had a longer boot, then yeah, that would be much use now. We won't be able to get in it anymore. Right, Dan Sanderson, Billy Mills. Watch out, Billy. That's more like it. Good forward momentum for Billy Mills. Now then, he dials 990. That could be a good shout here. Nope. Way off. This is becoming like a breakout by 10th, breakout by 800ths.
Yeah, almost unbelievable.
You know, I'm not laughing at all these guys. I'm laughing with them because it is just unbelievable that they are all breaking out by such big margins. It's between 700ths and a tenth, basically. John Sleeth, 975. Ty Strevitt, 1148. Are we going to see John in the 9.6s here? Ty's not going to break out. That's safe. So, John Sleeth, 75 with an 8. Well, he is a bit of a guru on engine tuning, isn't he?
Talk about consistency. He ran 975 with a 9 this morning.
Yeah. Very good. Ty gets one on the right side, 16-18. That was a rarity. Right, still got loads of Nostalgia Super Stockers to come. Well, I reckon 2/3 of them have broken out in this session.
Ooh.
All right, Mr. Floyd, how's it going down there? Oh, no, managed to start up again. So Stuart Floyd looking for 13.20. Alan Huckle, 12.80. Now, Stuart on the bump at the moment. So both away fairly well indeed. So let's have a look at the clocks. It's going to be Alan Huckle who gets to the top end first. He wants a 12.80. Gets a 12.84. Nicely done. Stuart Floyd safely off the bump now. 13.25 on that 13.20. 2 good runs there. Well done. All right, Rick Denny looking for 11.27. Gary Cork 11.62. So Rick ran previously 11.29. He's adjusted 200s. Rick's been around this game for a long time now. Now, if Rick breaks out, it will only be by a couple of hundred. He won't be a 10th out, no way. But Rick could actually hit it bang on. He's very, very experienced racer, does lots of Pro ET events, obviously in the Nostalgia Super Stock as well. Gary Cork looking for that 11.62. He's currently number 16. He went at 65 earlier. Okay, I got that wrong. Rick Denny broke out by 500ths. So even the ones that do a load of racing are missing their darlings here as breakouts again. Right, Spencer Tidswell with the Barracuda going alongside Phil Hobson. He was your number 1 qualifier, being dropped to number 2 now. Spencer goes all the way through to 11.41, and it's Phil that has the breakout this time, 12.13. So this could actually help both of these guys, because if everybody's breaking out, the cars are all going quicker. Jody and Mick, they are 34 and 35, both dialing in 1450. It's the slowest they can dial. It's just going to get them closer. So the Buick and the Mustang.
This is essentially just a heads-up race.
So Jody's got the nose in front now. 14.57. Oh, what a cracking run that was. It goes from 34 to 19. So that has certainly helped. Mick Deacon goes through 16.33. Jake Cawthorne with a flag jumper, 10.80 for him. I don't think he's gone far enough, dare I say it again. I would have probably gone 76. Could have egg on my face in a moment though. 76 or 77. Glyn Boardman, 9.88. I think that's a good shout actually with the Omega. Oh, 87, it wasn't far off. What did I say? 76 or a 77? He went a 76. Just can't believe this. This is unbelievable. Jim Smith, Nick Martin. Oh, they're all going to hate me in the Nostalgia Superstock pits. They really are going to hate me when I catch up with them later and say,
There's
what's
a reason
going...
I'm not saying a lot.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you dig a hole.
No, yeah, but I'm doing very well at the moment. Right, Jim Smith, 10:28. Nick Martin, 11:09. Jim will break out. I'm not sure about Nick. Yeah. Oh, it's only by 100th, but it is a breakout. Nick gets one the right side, and he moves up from 22 to 13. James Ellis with the Chevelle. Duncan Watts with the Watts Shop car. Now, he's actually just been bumped out of the show, actually. He's number 33. So Duncan earlier went 9.85. He was 82. Ooh, might do. Might do. But you might go under it. So look. Beautiful launch. Now then. 9.82, please, Duncan. 88, that'll do. Gets him up to number 19. James Ellis. He's safe as well. Oh, someone that has really gone for it then. Chris Goodale. Thanks, Barney. Now then, 9.78 on the dial-in for Chris Goodale. Thing is, though, that's what he ran in Q1. Now, if this car hooks and launches, he's going under that 9.78. John Wilson, 11.40. I think he's safe with that. Okay, so the problem for Chris, the car did hook and it has launched. And goes under. Oh my word. Oh, they're all going to come at me with knives now.
So, are you going to be brave enough to walk past the Nostalgia Superstock pits later?
I'm going to take the scenic route back to the caravan later on. They're going to play this back and go, God, Colin, please don't say any more. Right, let's have a look at Dave Billadew. Oh no, here's another one. Dave Billadew's got a PB here. Right, Rob Cawthorne, 12.20. Nah, not as aggressive on the launch there for Dave. Just could be good. 73, yeah. That looked good on the launch, and he goes up from 6 to 2. Breakout the other side, though. So Rob was too quick, but Dave Billadew, that car was settled on the launch. Really, really did look good. And the number came. You're not a former double lifestyle champion, a national champion for nothing in this class. Right, Paul Spell. Wheelie coming up. How high is it going to go? Oh, nice and tame. Right then, target 10 flat. Previously ran 10.02. Oh, this is going to be very, very close. Oh, and it's another breakout, 9.96. It's lovely to have you here. Lovely to see you chilling out, having a life, having a great time. Great to see you retired. You and Lynn enjoying life, but we wish you had the car here.
I wish now today that obviously seeing these guys run that I did have the car, but I'm frightened. I don't want to break it,
Yeah.
because otherwise the trip to Scandinavia is finished.
I know. Yeah, you've got it's priorities, and yeah, I don't blame you, mate. Don't blame you. But how are you? I mean, okay, it's only been a short time since you've been retired, but you enjoying it?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Good stuff. How good is it to see the Ginner man back?
He never told me. He kept it a secret. Told me he was coming at Dragstalgia.
It was kept as a secret from him as well.
So it was fantastic to see him back out where he belongs.
Yeah. Going alongside Gary Hill. Now then, Ginner, he's number 4 qualifier, 8.54. Could go to number 1 here.
Yeah, he has run 8.2 or below in the past. Hopefully he's now turned it up. We'll see in a minute.
Gary Hill currently on a 966. Oh, 847 moves up to number 4. Gary Hill goes quicker as well. He stays number 7, goes 963.
This is Nigel Green. Just very recently asked me to join the class. A lovely man. Obviously a beautiful laid out car.
Is this the same Nigel Green who used to have the Beetle in Pro ET?
I think so.
'Cause
Right.
it's the same colour.
Yeah. And he always has his cars green because he's Mr. Green.
Is this the same Nigel Green that had a perfect ET to like 7 digits, then it had a 4, and then they said to him, like, you're not trying hard enough? I remember that. Nigel's probably got that timing slip somewhere. I do know the Nigel now, yeah, definitely. Great to have him back then, yeah.
Well, I've just had a message from Caitlin Wilson. I'm not ready yet, but I assume that's confirmation that it is.
Ah, right, okay. All right, Ben Kennedy, is he going to go quicker than the 844? That is looking good. Well, he does go quicker by 100th. Well done. And how about Nigel Green, 960?
Fantastic.
So, another member of the 8.5 second club.
I've been
So, I
trying,
mean, you were going around with outlaw stickers this weekend.
I've been trying to teach Martin to roar just before he lets his finger off the trans brake.
Yeah.
I said roar as hard as you possibly can, and it's definitely helped.
Good stuff. Okay, the legend that is Al O'Connor. Car resolutely runs 10.9s in its super gas days. He comes in, he puts in the run 11.05. It's just like never been away.
He's lucky with the governor helping him. Martin, you know, he's a great hand.
Has he still got the aqua pop at home?
Still got both his pops.
All right. Oh, Al's just rolled through. Come back out.
No, he rolled backwards.
Oh, did
out.
he?
Yeah.
Ah.
He rolled back out so we could courtesy stage.
Uh-huh.
Well, Martin taking a bit of a wander, but going to keep it flat the whole way through to an 8.57. 156.
Al with a 9.76. That'll do.
Good to see young Albert out. He's obviously now taken his father's old Outlander number, 18.
Ah, I hadn't noticed that.
No, I didn't either. And it was nice to see Kim Harrison tuned in, who it's obviously her car, and she's missing it a little bit. But
So. And happy birthday today.
yes, of course, yeah. They'll be here. So I hope they come to Dragstouge because it's a good event. So Albert, currently on a 12.36, goes 12.19. Alex Strike, though, goes 11.86. Nice move from Alex. Now then, you'll know, Colin, you'll know history on these cars here. So we know Barry Danby's car was formerly Spencer Tidswell.
Yes.
We think we traced it back to Wayne Nicholson. Do you know if that's right?
I think it is.
Yeah?
That is the case, yeah. That was Wayne's
Wow.
original car.
Wow.
And obviously Ben's now stepped up and he's brought crew killer.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's going to push that into the 8s. That'll make a different car. I think he's made the right decision not to molest the existing car.
Yes. And, well, the price that the Crew Killer car was up for, we just couldn't really resist that.
There was a couple of people that actually said to me they were away to put a bid on it,
Yeah.
and then found out it had been sold. So it was going to get sold no matter what.
Yeah.
Mr. Danby is having a fantastic time. He's absolutely loving the class.
So, do you know when Ben would hope to bring the crew? Well, he's obviously going to change it into his own vehicle, but any idea on his time
I
scale?
don't know. I've actually, because I've not been around the
Yeah.
pit much today. So maybe tonight I'll find out.
Yeah.
Spend a bit of time with the guys and then find out. I think probably it might be next year.
Yeah. Okay, 11:17, 11:92. As we look at Luke Hoskins and Rob Brindle.
Look at these qualifying numbers. The top 5 separated by 2/10, 8:43 to an 8:63, and then from 6 to 9, in fact 6 to 10, all in the 9s.
Yeah.
This man could upset. If he hooks and goes, he could upset this. Could easily go into number 1.
Yeah. $117 to 60 foot there for Rob. He's on one here. We know it's going to be an 8, but whereabouts is it going to be? It's an 8:54. 10:97 for Luke Hoskins. Quite as quick as he went earlier, but Rob Brindle 09 light as well. You think he's going to be one to watch this weekend?
I think so.
Yeah.
Young Lee's having a fantastic time. He's so enjoying this pickup.
Well, it was a 1:15 60 foot this morning. Carried the wheels nicely.
I think he just needs to get the back end set up, get the right spring tension in there, the right shocks in there, and it'll fly.
Yeah, Lee currently sits number 5 with an 8:63. He needs to gain a little bit over 1/10 of a second to even gain a position. But if he can run anything with an 8.4, he'll be straight up to number 3 at least. Lovely looking run.
Well, consistent, if anything. 8:64 with a 5 at 153, just 100th off what he ran earlier. But 117 to the 60 foot launches really well.
Wayne's settling in with this car slowly. He's taking it slowly. He's doing what John's telling him to do. He's listening to John, and I think he'll slowly, just throughout the year, just progress and then start the numbers coming up.
To my eyes, he's pointing slightly right, which is good because the car slightly pulls left, so this could be very good. $105 to 60 foot there for Wayne Power. Oh, I bet
there
you
he
felt
goes.
that.
Number one.
790 at 163.
Fantastic.
Beautiful.
Well done, Wayne. That was fantastic.
Yeah. Well, the first headline to that was 105, 60 foot. My goodness me, Wayne must have thought he'd been hit by a sledgehammer at the backside with that one.
He certainly wake him up.
Goodness me. Short
Said,
number.
oh, just noticed the shark teeth on the front. That's quite cool.
I saw those in the pits, actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it looked really, really good. Car's called Mean Streak. Going on side change. So, James Griffin, that's an 8-second car. And then he'd like to find that 8-second form again here right now.
One thing I absolutely love about James's car is you can see the exact moment the nitrous comes in.
You're right, actually.
For those of you who don't know what I mean, watch the car in the Kestrel beer lane. It launches and then launches again. So James Griffin with the altered, Loz Butcher with the slingshot dragster. No dial-ins as of yet, but they'll be coming soon. And in fact, James's car didn't do his second launch. He obviously had the nitrous in from the hip with a 118 60 foot and a much better looking one as well from Loz Butcher. 888 with an 8 and a 985 144 mile an hour with a shootout for Loz Butcher. Hang on a minute, what's Mark Cassell doing down there on the sideline?
Loitering.
But a step in the right direction for Loz. As Rory Hart takes his funny car all the way to 330 foot. And Ian Wild in the Stitchix lane with the Wild's Cat. Supercharged straight 6 Jag engine. In the altered. So Rory been in the 9s, what can he do now? That was a much smoother launch from Rory there. 132 to 60 foot. It's going to be a 9 again, but of what ilk? 944. 137 miles an hour. And a new personal best.
Ian, my goodness me, that boy's doing it. Huge congratulations to the Braveheart team. Fantastic. Ian, I bet you are so proud. So proud. 9:44. His PB coming into this weekend was 10:15. He went 9:61 to reset his PB. He's now gone 9:44. Wow. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Andy Roy then with the short crank redemption in the Kestrel beer lane, taking on the purple slingshot of Ian Armitage. Ian's reset his personal best by a country mile coming into this weekend. It was in the 11s, it's now in the 9s.
Yeah, 11:59 to 9:43. It's a fair old leap. Yeah, 97 mile an hour to 132. Yeah, you could say that's changed a bit.
Andy Roy hovering the front wheel.
They both were. Well, what's Ian got for us this time? 9:35.
And a 970 from Andy Roy.
Oh, Andy Roy gets a PB on the speed. He's equalled his ET there. Right, James Ord and Joey Child. So it's the Little Faust Dragster taking on the Boxo Bomb. A slingshot against the Topolino. Somewhere in the region of 12:55 to 12:60, I think, is where James would like to be. Went a little bit deep on staging, so that could cost him a little bit of ET. Joey's going to get there first with a 10.95. 12.39 for James. Whatever the issue was for James, that's been cured. Right. The battle of the methanol slingshots. Rob Brown and Pete Brown. One car is a regular 8-second runner. The other has run its first 9 in the hands of the Maras.
It may be its first 9 ever.
That's what I was saying. I didn't want to put my foot in it and say, is it its first 9?
No, I don't know either, because obviously the car's been around for a
Donkeys,
long time. It's one of the oldest cars on the property. But Rob behind the wheel now. His personal best in the car in the low 10s. Pete's personal best in the car is now a 9. Difference being when Pete drove, the wheels didn't spin. When Rob drove, the wheels did.
So Rob's best in the car is 10:14. The reason we can tell them apart is Rob has the red crash helmet, Pete's is the blue one.
Well, Pete's going to get there first with an 8.45 and a 9.94. Both the brothers in the 9s. And I think the personal best goes back to Rob for Rathchild.
No, Pete is 9.93, Rob is 9.94.
What was Pete's speed?
Pete, 131. Rob has just done 133. So bizarrely,
they share?
they share it, which is exactly the same as Rebel, because Pete's got the quicker ET and Rob has got the better speed.
Okay.
It's really weird. But well done, boys. Brilliant job. Okay, back to the cars on track. This is Chris Hartnell with the backdraft slingshot and Paul Tarry with the Triggers Broom Altered. Quite a popular name for cars, actually, Triggers Broom, and it's all very true to all of the cars that are called that. Actually, there's a bike called Triggers Broom as well, just remember that. Oh, big wheel spin there for Chris.
Still going. There we go.
Did you see that? The wheel that was spinning was like so much taller, and he was pulling him right. It goes 11.46 to 11.24. That was bizarre.
I think that's called the path of least resistance.
Yeah. But it was the way one was, you could visually see it. One was so much bigger than the other. Okay, so the short crank redemption, the Charles Banks special, back round again. We last saw it running with the flatheads, now back in class with the Wild Bunch. Going alongside the altered called Never Say Never for John Sharrod.
I believe, as I say, that the name of the old driver has just completely left my head.
Which car?
In the
John Sharrod.
Kestrel beer lane.
Yeah.
What's his name? He had a slingshot dragster, ran in the Supercharged Outlaws, was red.
Red slingshot.
He shares ownership of a green altered in Supercharged Outlaws now with Mick Taylor and the Watts. I cannot remember his name. No, but this is his old car. Thank you for Thomas for the exceptional commentary there.
I think you just failed the audition then, mate. That's a good looking run though. 898 with a 4, that's a PB. Only 137. I say it's a PB. His PB was an 898 with an 8.
Now, is that a PB speed for Charlie Bang?
Oh, sorry, 89. Charlie Bang goes 116.55. No, has been 116.7. Ooh. Sorry, that wasn't a PB for John. He has been 889. I was getting my numbers middled up.
Right, fingers crossed for Bob this time. He did a cracking burnout earlier, but had a small leak when he moved forward to go into stage, so had to be shut off, unfortunately, as the smell of nitro fills the tower again. And he is coming back. There we go. taking on Peter Whitfield with the Rail Rail. Well, if there's a place to watch Bob disappear into the distance, it's in the other lane.
Yeah, front row seat.
Bob's car really is one of the meanest sounding anywhere in the world. As previously mentioned, runs on nitromethane. Still a torque converter car, doesn't run with a clutch. And only runs a 2-speed transmission. What's he got for us here? Fingers crossed for something in the 6s. Ooh, that won't be it.
Pop of a bang and something came flying off the car.
Yeah, bits coming out the bottom, unfortunately. Lots and lots and lots of tyre shake as it hits the wheelie bar there. And then the shake turned to spin and spin turned to... Here. Fingers crossed for something in the 6s. Ooh, that won't be it.
Pop of a bang and something came flying off the car.
Yeah, bits coming out the bottom, unfortunately. Lots and lots and lots of tyre shake as it hits the wheelie bar there. And then the shake. Consistent runner in the 9s is Jim. Well, a nice little bunny hop off the line as the thing starts to get squirrely past 60 foot. Jim does the wise
Any
thing.
other
and
small
backs off.
animals you want to mention? Bunnies or squirrels? Anything else? 1406 at 52. I think you're going through a little wildlife park then.
So Evil Edna coming around the corner, looking mean as ever.
Well, you know, it's either going to be a 7.5 or a 7.6 because this car is just so consistent.
So due to the cannonball format, it means that I've got to do my homework on this one to see who's actually in the lead.
Right. So Jack Williams then with Evil Edna. So Chevy Nova based. .112 to 60 foot. That is a good looking run. So I think we're back in the 7.5s with this one. Yep, 754, 180 miles an hour. Nicely done, Jack.
And it is the good guys underneath the tower. Nigel Rigdon behind the wheel. Scratch that, it's Steve behind the wheel. I can tell that because he's written it on his forehead.
Yeah, and I can see Nigel down there. Yeah, fair to say their journey down here wasn't the best. They got caught in all sorts of traffic, but they got here, and now it's time to chill and run the car. Went 8.65 earlier on.
That's a cool new camera angle I'm looking at on the live stream.
Well, that is actually.
I think I can see the camera on the first lamppost. That is a cracking shot. For those of you who are watching at home.
I still can't believe this is all free to view, free to air for everybody. Huge amount of respect to the Sandoval team for not charging the public, and for Barney and the gang for their incredible remote camera work as well.
So there goes Steve all the way through. It's going to be an 8.52.
They'll take that.
Afternoon, Keith.
So Martin Hill goes for a run to try and catch up with Keith. Now it's to run in front of him as well. So the El Loco 32 Ford. 8.91 in actual qualifying for Supercharged Outlaws. Has been 8.80 this weekend.
This is unbelievable. The car is right in front of me, and I'm sat watching it on the live stream.
Yeah, we get a different view, get a different angle from it, don't you? The stance is just exactly right for that car. Look at it. Hope you're enjoying these live stream pictures at home, wherever you are in the world. Trust me, it's pretty good watching it from here as well. Yeah, 907 148. Just heard it labouring just a little bit there. But still, 907 148.
As it is Gary's turn to take a spin in the Purple Days Hillman panel van. Car originally built by Butch Wilkins. It's been through a couple of owners since then. And Gary's showing Carl how to do a burnout in a straight line.
Oh, brutal. Carl, do you want me to clip him around the ear?
Don't worry, Carl, we know you're just enjoying yourself.
Yeah. God, Ian Blackett's sending me photographs already. That was, I think that's a previous one actually.
So Gary is facing the sense line a little bit, but nothing that Gary can't handle. Of course, the old iteration of Purple Days was a 7.3 second altered. Lovely wheels up launch for Gary. Goes across the line to 9.54 at 142 mile an hour. We have a race. Andy Park taking on Luke Watts. Obviously, whatever the steam was coming out of Luke's car earlier was not a major issue.
Well, Andy Park went 9.84 earlier on. And as you say, Luke Watts. Obviously, we don't know what actually happened, but it was obviously fixable because here he is, down for the next one. I'm not saying Andy Park is a, how can I put this, a wild person at all. But he's occasionally driven this car in the streets and actually has an ASBO for it. Oh dear. I'd be pretty proud of that.
Yeah, framed.
Yeah. Well, a lot cleaner this time for Luke Watts. Goes 8.63, and Andy Park goes 9.81. So that's 2 9.8 runs he's had today now.
As two supercharged small blocks come underneath the tower. Brian Watson and Paul Dale. And side-by-side burnouts. Look at that. I definitely see what you mean, Colin, about the mini pro mod burnouts that Paul's doing. And the obligatory car alarm. Actually, it's one of the tow cars. Who's locked their tow car?
Yeah, just a reminder, folks, the Pro Mods will be here in 2 weeks' time for Door Slammers, 3 weeks for the main event.
I'm actually surprised it's not something that Paul's ever entered.
What, Door Slammers? Yeah.
Because especially with the car's recent form, he could possibly even enter 760.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, actually. Yeah, it needs to get back into the 7s, though. And that's hard work running 7s with this car on a regular basis.
Well, Brian runs before the tree does. So no time for him, unfortunately. But Paul Dale's going to go all the way through to an 8.57. Car.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. 721 again. Wow. He went 71 with 2, 721 with a 9. This weekend of 10.15, Graham's 980. Well, Beavis is lurching all over the place there. Graham disappearing into the distance. Beavis actually pulling over. 966 for Graham Scrivens.
Where did that come from?
Wow. I know the tailwind's picked up, but I didn't realise he had a sail on the roof as well. Wow. Hoping for Phoebe to get that 10 on this pass. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes!
Yes!
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I called it, I told you.
Ow.
Loose is fast. Oh, getting a bit close to the wall, but that's looking good. 764, 185.88. Very consistently quick as well. Oh,
Well,
hang on,
lots of
Jack.
tyre shake for Jack. He's got back in it.
$8.44 and $8.59, so makes a change for Thomas to be doing the whole.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mick's not getting his car back into drive, so it's a solo for Dougie. The thing launches towards the wall and then goes back again towards the centre line. Dougie just feathers his way through the finish line to an 8.88.
Do you know what? I didn't think he was going to lift for a moment there. I think that was a little bit beyond the 330. Team, oh, the man hugs. I thought it was going to be a bit of a mosh pit then. Anyway, the numbers. Right, first up then, Stuart Floyd taking on Rob Cawthorne. 12 flat dial in for Rob. I will see you a bit later on. Yeah.
No transmission at the moment. It's in America. Be coming back soon. Ah, not you. We're relaxing for the weekend, aren't we? We'll calm before the storm. Yeah, that's it. Catch you guys will get a bit.
Oh, nice to catch Nick out there. And right, Stuart Floyd, Rob Cawthorne. Oh, Rob goes red. Oh, 004 red. That's going to hurt.
I was actually waiting for the green light to turn on there. That's how close that was.
Oh. $12.69, but it's a 13.22. Stuart Floyd continues his journey into round number 3. Well done. Well, Rob Cawthorne has just gone out. Let's see if Jake Cawthorne can go through. Got to get past Alan Huckle to do that. 12.82 dial in for the 1965 Ford Mustang. The 63 Dodge of Jake Cawthorne, the flag jumper, will be doing the chasing.
Well, it was definitely green.
Yes. Wow. Alan the Huckle breaks out by nearly 0.3 of a second. My goodness me. Fair to say, Jake dodged a bullet that time. He broke out as well, but only by 100th, but was very, very late leaving the line.
Yeah, I think the term dodged a bullet. Very appropriate.
Yeah. Right. Phil Hobson, old Scatterbolts, taking on Harvey Turner with this beautiful 66 wagon. Really like that.
Yeah, only a 10th difference between them in dial-ins, so you'll see the tree stagger nicely. And if you can see the difference in launching, you've got better eyes than I have.
Yeah, Harvey Turner, a breakout for Phil Hobson. Breaks out by a 10th, goodness me. But it is Harvey Turner that continues. Right, next up. Oh.
So, Dan Sanderson taking on John Sleeth. John, one of the only races in round 1 to go the right side of his number.
Yeah, he's wound the dial down to 65 this time.
Yeah, shaved another 300ths off. Long time to wait though.
Oh, he couldn't wait long enough though. Red for John Sleeth. Dan Sanderson goes through.
Only 300th red too. And look at that.
He's hit his number as well. They're the painful ones. You hit your darling, but put a cherry on the tree. But it's Dan Sanderson. He breaks out. Oh dear. But the tree will always rule. Hopefully have split second the jet drags to come down, and obviously a continuation of Run What You Brung. And then just crack on with eliminations for our race classes after that. So yeah, that's the update that I can give you. I can't give you any more information from the top end incident at the moment. Obviously, everybody appreciates that is an ongoing situation. But as soon as I can, as soon as I'm given news to pass on, I will do that. But I don't have any myself at all. So I can't second guess anything at all. You know that. Those of you that have been here before know that we don't guess. It's always information that we have to have that is correct. But for those of you that have been patiently waiting for the track, we should be getting going in around about 20 minutes' time. So we can carry on with the track action here at the Nostalgia Nationals. Thanks for your time. Back over to Nitro FM, and we'll be back with you soon. Well, as you can see, there's a lot of activity going on out there at the moment. I did say we'd be back at 2 o'clock. Call me alive for 2 minutes. But yeah, what's happening now is it's going to get loud very, very quickly, actually. As the first car to run this afternoon is basically a fuel altered that we have been very eagerly awaiting to see the appearance of. This is purely just going to be, I would imagine, a fire up, burn out and launch if all goes well. But there's been a lot of work going on for Lee Bates, Alan Bates and the whole team with this car. Before they actually fire the engine up, I'm really pleased that I'm going to actually get some messages out. Lee's been keeping in touch with me on this, and he wants to say a few shout outs, and that is to Pete, Sue and Thomas of South Central Fire, Brad at Meraki Renovations, Kevin Custom Perry, Foster's Cold Stores, all the team and all the family for the support, especially Mum for keeping us all fed and watered. It goes without saying that getting something like this to the track requires a huge amount of work, graft, time, and dare I say money as well. My goodness me, it's the first time I've seen the car in the flesh. It's Raptor. And this is going to be very photogenic, this car. Alan Bates. My goodness me, how great is it to hear that name mentioned in commentary again behind the wheel of a car. It's been a few years. Lee Bates will behind the wheel of this car eventually. But Alan is taking the first few runs in the car to basically his experience is valuable. And also, just as a few little sort of weird facts, Lee's got like a brand new fire suit on the way, but it hasn't arrived yet. So even if everything was good and he could jump in the car, he hasn't got a fire suit yet. And Alan's suit is, well, quite old, so they've actually borrowed Dale Leaks' suit. So, you know, let's talk about helping everybody else out. So it's not Dale, it's definitely Alan Bates in the car, but wearing Dale Leaks' suit. So everybody helping everybody else out here. A lot of the fuel teams, there's a lot of teams helping out this weekend on this car's first run. You got some of the Showtime team here, you got the Thermareg team helping, everybody just doing everything they can just to help this car. Okay, the moment of truth. This is going to be very interesting. As I say, it's going to be noisy as well, as we have a wonderful thing called a nitro fuel altered. Wish the guys, the whole team, everybody, the very, very best of luck. As I say, it's a lot of work and a lot of time, a lot of effort to get to this point. So as all fuel cars, start them off on fuel, then lean over to nitro. Squirty bottle at the ready, as per usual.
So the team switches the car over to the nitro. You can hear it start to crackle. Two very watchful eyes looking over. Here we go then, for the first time ever, a burnout from the Raptor fuel altered. Very low revving, but it sounded on key. Lee is over to one side of the track. I don't think that's for any other reason than that's where the car's gone. Crew there.
I'll tell you what, just to get that done is a huge moment, because it's like, oh, thank goodness for that part of it's actually worked. Found reverse gear as well. It's like, is this going to work? Is that going to work? Can we get this? Can we get that? But so far, Alan, it's like riding a bike in a funny sort of way. You never forget how to do it, but you need to get your balance back, don't you?
That's it, yeah. So the car sounding really, really strong. It's not often you hear a brand new car sounding like that. Sounds exactly as it should.
Yeah. Well, we next expect to see this car at Dragstalgia, where, as they say, the drinking and dreaming will continue. That's the words, very apt, just behind the driver. So, Alan Bates brings Raptor up. Well, he wasn't shy of the loud pedal, that's for sure. Full respect for that one.
Yeah, well done, team. That sounded awesome.
Oh.
Usually, you set a car up for its first launch extremely soft, but that was a 1.560 foot because it bounced.
Yeah.
I can see the tyre marks here. There's a solid, what's that, 1.5 foot? Where the
Yeah.
rear wheels are just not on the floor.
Well, there's only one way to hit it, and that's hard. And I tell you what, I am in awe of the team. Very, very well done. There's a lot of people helping down there. But to Lee, the whole team, huge congratulations. It doesn't look much what they just did, but trust me, if you know what goes into that. And that is a moment for the team. Good stuff. Well done.
Well, I think they've skipped steps 6, 7, 8 and 9, which is get the car to a point where it can blow the tyres off.
Well, the trouble is, Alan is probably in the car now going, oh, okay, well, I like that.
Yeah.
He says, oh, God, I hope Lee's suit gets stuck in customs or something like that.
No, I
Well,
think-
that's happened before.
I think he's actually just stolen Lee's suit.
Yeah.
I don't know where it's gone.
No, apparently they do have totally different build.
They're nodding down
We
there
know
in the
that. Well
truck.
done, team. A fantastic job. Show your appreciation, because trust me, to get to that point was huge. And they're just like a Fuel Funny Car team. How many people can you get in the back of a pickup truck? Brilliant job. Well done. And give Alan a pat on the back for us all, but not too hard, because you might need him again. Right. Okay. I believe up next it's going to be the flatheads. I'll just get a clarification on that. But they're all lined up in the lanes. Also, the Wild Bunch have come down as well. I've also got Julian Webb with the split second jet dragster. He's in the lanes as well. So we've still got quite a lot to get done this afternoon here at the Nostalgia National. So obviously we do need to get the top end clear. Actually, the car is just going through the first exit. So that's good. Right. Here we go. I think, yep. Brett's got the headset on as well. And it is, yep, the first pair in.
There we go. So we've got the belly tank. This is our 2 competition cars in the flatheads. Charlie Bang against the belly tank, and there's going to be a 3.6 second delay on the tree to make it a level playing field. We've averaged out their times, so it's an out-and-out race. All the flatheads now will be just racing. Times aren't important now.
Cool.
Right, so you can see their dial-ins on the top boards. So Charlie Bang has got that 12, and the belly tank's got the 15.6. So there will be that 3.6 stagger on the tree.
There he goes. This is going to be a painful long wait.
So Charlie Bang going to have to chase down the belly tank. In fact, this is going to be close.
Very.
Should be very close.
I can't call it.
Well, it depends how you want to call that when he sorted it up in the pits, because that was 14.91 for the belly tank, 11.76 for Charlie Bang. Yeah.
So we'll have to knock the...
Can I just say that the Charles Bang Special, that's its first 11.7
Yep.
in that configuration.
Yep, yep.
Fantastic. A PB.
Another PB.
Yeah.
Oh, and Harley, 34. This is a... yesterday, he cracked the gearbox completely in half. So they shot home, got another gearbox, whacked it in, and got it all running.
Yeah,
Sadly.
unfortunately, there's a lot of fluid coming out of the front end of
Oh dear,
the 34. I can't quite tell what it is, and I don't think it's evaporating, so it could be oil.
What a shame.
Yeah, I think it may be oil. I can see Ian running for the shoe.
Yeah, they got the rags as well, unfortunately. Oh, what a shame! But after the excitement of that pairing, well done on the gap between them. That was
Absolutely.
pretty much spot on.
Yeah.
But yeah, Charles Bang, if their first 11.7.
Yeah, amazing times. Well, they were happy to.
Oh no, sorry. No.
So we got 11.
Apologies. They did. So it's well. Call me a liar. It is their first 11.7 because on Friday they went 11.6.
Yeah, what we did, we averaged his last 3 times.
Right.
Both.
Okay. With you now.
Yeah, so it wasn't his PB time, it was his
Yeah.
average of his last 3 runs.
Got it.
And we did the same for both. Come up with a 3.6 difference.
Yeah. I think what they're trying to do is just catch everything that's underneath the car.
They worked all afternoon, all evening on this car.
Yeah.
Gearbox out, another gearbox in. They've had the rear axle out. And they've been blasting around in the pits all morning. Sadly.
Yeah, the racetrack has a habit of finding the weak link, unfortunately. So, you know, the flatheads, you know, we talked briefly about them yesterday, but their favoured location is sand, isn't it?
Well, certainly in this country, yeah, Pendyne's been the big thing. It's rejuvenated a lot of people that have come back to not just flatheads, you know, hot rods. It's run by the VHRA, so the cars are period correct.
Yeah.
So that's quite important. So all the cars running today are as they would run, which is all on cross prize.
Yeah.
It's all no coilovers allowed, no discs. It's drum brakes at best. Some of the cars are still on rod brakes. It's all Model A and Model T stuff. So,
Yeah, yeah. It just goes to show it doesn't matter how old the technology, how old the vehicle, there will always be a home for it.
Oh yeah.
And especially with cars that, to be fair, you're talking 100 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
The technology is 100 years old.
Yeah.
The only thing that isn't 100 years old are basically most of the drivers.
Yeah, thankfully. There's a few getting there.
Yeah, as I say, there's a few approaching, but I was trying to be kind.
There's certainly some grey hairs out there.
But certainly good to see them. Such a shame though that one has. Oh yeah, you can see the trail from the car there.
He's just built this car. This is its first weekend. He literally finished it on Thursday/Friday.
Yeah.
So it's a brand new build. Heavily chopped 34.
Now, is that a steel body as well?
No, it's a glass body.
It is glass fibre. I couldn't quite tell. Yeah, and that's right. And I can see it. It's fibre. But as you say, original componentry with regards to
yeah, all the rest
suspension
is
and
early
everything
stuff.
else.
Yeah, it's got juice brakes, so 39 brakes. And that's probably about the newest bit on the car will be the brakes.
So unfortunately, that's going to be back into the workshops, and a lot more work required, unfortunately, to
Yeah.
to build that back up and make a return. But our track crew out there, I suppose in a fortunate way that it's been contained in quite a small area, so our track crew are on that straight away. Looking at the live stream, just adjusting our focus over there, you can see the flatheads in the pairing lanes. The guys are just standing there waiting patiently, a few of them with a good smile on their faces as well, as they get ready to put in their first runs of the day. As I say to everybody, appreciate you hanging around with us It's been a challenging weekend for one reason or another. But you know, we will always try our best to put on the show, and all the racers out there want to do what they can out on track and continue to do what they do. Right, just for a moment, I will let Nitro FM take over the airwaves. Going to be a little bit on the clean-up, but not too long. And as soon as we get racing again, we'll take it back. But in the meantime, Nitro FM, airwaves are yours. Okay, we are back with the Flatheads once again. Brett Pillinger is up here in the tower giving us words of wisdom as it's all a bit new to us, even though it's old to everybody else. That's the best way to put it, Brett, actually.
Yeah, we got Lee in the Kestrel lane, Lee Harris against Simon Westerway. So this is the fastest street car against the slowest in that class. That's how we pair them, fastest against slowest. And hopefully that'll sit true to order. You'll see the Kestrel lane go quicker. There we go. So Lee ran a 14.27. It's a 31 Model A. His Roadster against Simon's T.
You say street cars, do they actually drive them here or are they trailered here?
Oh, most are driven.
Really? Wow.
Oh, cool.
Oh, yeah. We try and drive them everywhere.
Yeah.
Jason Taylor, Kestrel, 343, 27T. Steve Newport Hall. So again, Jason should win this. We're pairing fastest slowest, which looks like he's done comfortably. Can't see the next guy. Oh yeah, okay, so Chris Rawlins in the 40s modified. He's run a 16.62 against Dave Sturgis. And the 32 Roadster has run a 15.82, so not too much between them. Slip on the lights and this could be anyone's. We're in the middle pairings really now of our group, so
Yeah.
they're quite close. Still looks close from here. Dave should just beat him by half a second. Yeah, it's almost smack on.
He's good, isn't he? Half a second it was.
Rob Firth.
Brilliant.
So Rob Firth in the Kestrel. This engine, if you haven't seen this car, go and have a look at his engine because he's cast. It's an overhead conversion on a flathead. He puffed out a big chunk of smoke, but go and have a look at his engine because he's cast and made pretty much everything on that engine, apart from the block, which is an early 21 stud. So yeah, looks like they're having a good race. They're both within nothing of each other on their previous times. Yeah. pretty close again.
1604 and 1673.
And then this is our four bangers, the two. We've got three, so this is the pairing. Toby in the left, that's my son in a 1917T. That's the caravan bodied special. And Steve Cooper in the other lane, who's romped away by the looks of it. He's been running that car for years and years and years. That has done 1,000 laps around Shaky. And it looks like he's won the four-banger class. Yeah, very similar times to what they've been running. So, and then that finally should leave Anthony, I believe. I can't see the car, but I can hear one.
Yeah, Anthony Jones up, must
Yeah,
be
I
there.
haven't seen him yet. Oh, there he
There
is.
he is.
So yeah, this is our final four-banger. There's only three, so he's got to run on his own.
I'll just call out to all the Run What You Brungers, back to your cars, please. Run What You Brungers, can you please return back to your cars, please? Obviously in the lanes, that is.
There we go. That's Anthony done, and that's the flatheads done for that round. 24. That's his Paddy's average.
Awesome.
Not that quick.
Yeah, nicely done, nicely done.
Smashing. Thanks, chaps.
Thanks, Brett. Thank you ever so much indeed. As I say, whenever the Flathead's here, we would welcome you here as well. You know that.
Thank you.
So yeah, absolutely fantastic. Right, looking in the lanes, we do have the Wild Bunch en masse. And to follow that, it will be Julian with the split second Jet Dragster. And then into Run What You Brung. So they will be coming round as well. Don't forget, we've still got eliminations to come for our race classes. So Gasser Circus, Nostalgia Superstock and Outlaw Anglia. They're the race classes that we actually have ladders for that we are working through. And as I say, Run What You Brung cars, or the drivers for the Run What You Brung cars, can you get yourselves back to your cars ready to come down? Because you're not going to be that far away. Wild Bunch, Jet, and then it's back to Run What You Brung.
So just a bit of a sweep and a sled, I believe. There was some Wild Bunch cars running, but they've been clipped off now.
Yeah, literally just a little bit of attention in the Kestrel lane towards the top end. I don't think that'll take long. Tell you what, in the meantime, let's just give the airways back to Nitro FM. We'll take it straight back when the Wild Bunch come around the corner, and it shouldn't be for long. Nitro FM, it's over to you. Okay, we are back, and it is Rebel, the slingshot chaser. Pete Brown behind the wheel, and he has a target number of 844.
So supposed to be going against Rob Brown in Wrathchild, but Wrathchild didn't want to fire. Then it fired just before it. They got told to shut off again, and now it doesn't want to fire again. So he's pushed to one side at the minute. They're trying to get it going. So crew there run to go get the jump pack, which means a solo for Pete in Rebel. Trying to run 8.44. This, of course, is the Wobbitch's first run of the day. So the way this works is running as close as you can to the number. Doesn't matter if you go quicker or not. It's just average difference to dial in at the end of the day. Arrow straight down Broadway goes 8.60, 155 mile an hour. Lost a bit of pace there. Not too sure where that went. In fact, I can see exactly where that went. That's gone in the 60 foot, that has, isn't it? As up next, Ian Armitage and James Auld.
Yeah, unfortunately, James has got this turning circle of a barge there, and he just wouldn't quite have enough steering lock to get around the corner there. Yeah, you go.
Two strong burnouts.
Yeah, Ian Armitage had a fantastic weekend, to be fair. Has gone from 11.5 to 9.3. So huge leap in performance for him. So the target numbers then 930. Well, if he hits, that's going to be another personal best for Ian Armitage. James Auld looking for 12.55.
So I believe this will be a staggered treat. James is going to go first.
Oh, he's lucky he didn't roll the beams, huh?
That was close. There goes Ian.
That is a good looking run for Ian. 8.93! My goodness me! Talk about rearranging your personal best in one weekend. 8.93, only 133 miles an hour. Wow, 12.65 for James Auld. Not too bad actually on his dial-in, but 8.93.
That's almost 3 seconds off the personal best, isn't it?
Bonkers. Bonkers. 133.76. Not his fastest, but he got there too quick to build enough speed. That's what that was. 8.93.
Yeah, 133 mile an hour is a mid to low 9.
Yeah, but look at the 8th. He was 126 at the 8th at 5.54. He only picked up 7 mile an hour in the second half.
That tells me he's run out of gearing.
Yeah. No, that tells me it was very, very quick to the 8th. Wow.
So, Loz Butcher and Andy Roy. Andy looking for a 9.70. Loz looking for a 10 flat. Well, the mean streak comes to life about the 8th mile. Andy Roy goes 9.93 on the 9.70.
That's a PB on the speedboat. He's found another 0.05 mph. Now, the reason he dialed 970 because that was his PB. So
see.
he's trying to beat it. All right, Crazy Chris with backdraft. And it is the Boxo Bomb of Joey Childs. Joey looking for 11.15. Crazy Chris, all the 8s.
Yeah, so once again, Joey's going to be leaving first in the Kestrel B lane. And fingers crossed, both of Chris's wheels hook up this time. Which they do. Well, Joey's going to get there first with a 10.94.
Wow.
And a smoky 10.0 for backdraft. Yeah, only 122 mile an hour. I have a feeling Chris may have seen something there and backed off.
Joey almost into personal best territory there. 10.89 is PB. Just 500s off it.
Yeah, in fact, backdraft has pulled over at the top end. Chris doing the right thing. And just moving off the racing line. I can see the hatch opening there, so Chris is about to
see
climb
that
out.
as well.
All they're going to do now is attach it to the quad and tow it off the track. Afternoon, Mark. How are you?
Well, whenever Wild Bunch come around, I always have the personal best sheet, so I'm up to date. And thank you ever so much indeed to Claire Meadows. Always keeps us informed. And just looking at personal best today, over the course of the weekend, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 teams of the 21 here have set personal bests, either speed, ET, or both.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, absolutely fantastic. And there could still be more to come. So, and obviously when they always do the Wild Bunch trophies in the pits, you know, they do their own thing, as you know. And Claire goes, right, who set a personal best this weekend? And they're all like, yeah, me. Really, really good. So, she logs them all. And then it's all updated on our sheets that she comes and gives us at each event. So obviously the next event for the Wild Bunch, like a lot of them, is Drag Nostalgia, I think. I think they get to run before that.
Maybe Sportsman Nationals?
No, as a lifestyle. Sorry.
Yes, that's it. Drag Nostalgia then.
Yeah. Because that's obviously a national event. Is, you know, obviously there's not as many cars.
Yeah.
But for lifestyle, you know, hot rod drags, vintage nationals, Lost Nats, and drag nostalgia. Oops, sorry. So as I go back to the front page of the Wild Bunch thing, so this is round 1 of their 29th Wild Bunch series, so 29 years as the Wild Bunch series, round 1 of the 10th Spirit of Nostalgia Challenge Series, and it's round 1 of the 27th Roy Wilding Nostalgia Race Car Series. Absolutely fantastic. First place prize money sponsors for this event is Team Braveheart. And the Wild Bunch themselves would like to dedicate this event to a great friend and long-time Wild Bunch member Alan Lowton of Paranoia fame, who we know sadly recently passed away. So they are all racing in Alan's memory this weekend. Running heads up on practice sessions off Friday, Saturday, then staggered starts for rounds on Sunday, and that's displayed dial-ins. And the winner, as always, is the one with the lowest average difference from dial-in. Lowest average difference. So you basically just need to get all your runs pretty close. And that's above and below, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's, for example, if you dialed 10 flat, it doesn't matter
Yeah.
if it's 999 or a 1001.
So bizarrely, Ian Armitage did himself absolutely no favours whatsoever. They're going 893 on a 930 dial, but who cares? He just ran an 8. So there is that side to it as well, which is quite funny.
So we have Terry Robbins and Philippa Turton sat underneath the tower right now. I guessed that because Mark Castell's down there on the start line. Was that aerobics, Mark? Is that what you were just doing there? Reading between the lines, I think that means he wants Philippa to go just
Yeah.
there.
Either that or was exaggerating as usual.
Right, so I think the clean-up at the top end is just about sorted. There's no more backdraft on the track, and the tractor's coming back this way.
Well, fingers crossed for Chris, Claire, and the backdraft car, of course. Nothing too underwards there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, issues for Rathchild, so that's being towed back to the pits.
What a great weekend for Rathchild, though. I've got to give it to them.
In the nines, for what we think is the first time ever. The car has never been as quick as it went this weekend.
And Rob and Pete have both run a 9 in the car, which is great.
And they share PBs, which I
Yeah,
think is nice.
they do, yeah. The quickest in the car was Pete at 993 compared to Rob's 994. But then Rob's got the faster one, 133 compared to 131. So honours shared yet again between the boys, which is how it should be.
Well, the tractor's being parked up. Fingers crossed the fire truck that's down there gets moved as well. Because at the minute that's a rolling chicane, should we say, in the shutdown area.
Well, Terry Robbins has set a PB this weekend. He was on a 10.14 in this car. He went 10.05. So well done to Terry, and he's just found half a mile an hour to add to his personal best speed as well. Now, Philippa Turton, my goodness me, she went from 12.97 to 11.42. She found a second and a half this weekend.
And in her words, wasn't the best run either.
Yeah.
That was with a pedal job and only one gear and maybe two gears.
So where's she found that from? What they've done to the car? Because it doesn't just happen by magic, does it?
It's not necessarily the same car anymore.
Ah,
The only thing that's the same is the chassis and the body.
okay.
Pretty much the rest of it has either changed or been upgraded.
Right.
It's got the rear axle in it from the Villain.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so nice big strong 9-inch rear end. Running on wrinkled wall slicks rather than pie crusts like
Yep.
it used to. Upgraded gearbox. Still a 3-speed TH400, I believe.
Yeah.
I'll probably get shouted at for saying that if I'm wrong. And away with the Rover V8, gone to a small block.
Ah, that's the biggest change then. No, we mentioned there that it's the axle from Villain. I thought that car was almost pretty much back, wasn't it?
It is. However, it's the power train in it is new.
Ah, right, okay.
So I think the gearbox went one way, the engine went another.
Yeah.
Philip having problems finding neutral. So a solo for the Sultan Shaker, I believe it will be. Oh no. Bitchcroft is under power now. Looking for a 1041. Cool, that's a brave dial-in.
10.41.
The car is more than capable of doing it. But when you consider that's, what, 1.4 seconds quicker than the PB? Terry looking for a 999. Again, car more than capable of doing it.
Well, that would be Terry's first 9, and it'd be Philippa's first 10, put it that way.
So Philippa's going to be leaving first. Philippa was saying as well that she's new to the slicks, which obviously they wander around on themselves as they go down the track. So 10.42 for Terry and an 11.90 for Philippa. Philippa there off the power early, as she was doing 98 miles an hour at the 8th, but only 92 at the start.
Right, Ian Wild with the Wildcat. That was 11.51, and Gavin Meanley with the Charles Banks Special 11.70. That's lower than their PB coming into the weekend. As we know, it has dipped into 11.6s. With 11.66 so far. .97 of 12.13. All right, Paul Tarry with Trigger's Broom. And he's got for company, I've lost him. Yeah, James Griffin. James dialing in 890, Paul 1110.
James with the gas on. And by gas, I do mean nitrous oxide.
Yeah.
Not just like helium or something like that. Well, it cleared the pipes out as it launched.
Where are you going, Paul? 9.20, and Paul goes 12.46. Paul using the track.
Yeah, I actually missed that.
Yeah, he was very close to the wall, and then he decided, no, I think I'll get close to the centre line instead, and just decided to go one way than the other.
Well, he's paid for all the track.
Yeah. No, he had it under control then.
Up next then, Bob Hawkins with the Time Traveller 2. Not been the smoothest of weekends. Issues on the first couple of attempts, and then didn't make it as far down as he wanted to on the last attempt yesterday. Of course, 527 cubic inches of nitro-assisted big block Chevrolet. Despite what some people think, this is not a clutch car. Still runs with a torque converter, still runs on a power glide transmission. There's not many 6-second vehicles anywhere that run a torque converter, let alone on nitro.
Such a distinctive engine note as well. Absolutely. It's like waiting for Armageddon, isn't it? Love it. So the target number for Bob, 666, number of the beast.
I believe that's also his personal best.
No, he's been 643.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He holds the Wild Bunch record. And his personal best speed is 212.
Yeah, I believe he took the record off Steph Millam, who ran with the Wild Bunch on one of the first drag nostalgias as an altered.
Yeah, had the altered body on it, remember it well.
Oh, unfortunately been told to shut off again. Chief starter Ian spotted something down there on the star line. Obviously, we won't know what he's seen until they're pushed back.
No. Oh, such a shame. Just coming up to stage as well. But always listen to your chief starter, or if they tell you to shut it off, you shut it off.
I think I can see one spot of something. But obviously, a very small drip can turn into a very large one very quickly, especially when a car like that. But good news for all of you out there, Julian Webb is about to pull around with the split-second Jet Dragster.
After that, it's run what you brung. And then we'll be getting ready for our race classes once again. But Julian, 2 runs so far this weekend. The first one in the 6.7s, and then he pulled a 6.5 out of the bag. And this is his first run of today. I'll give you a time check. It's approaching 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. There's a very methodical process of getting the car around. They bring it on like a tow dolly, I think is the best way, where they just lift the front end up, because the car obviously has not got a huge turning circle. So they have a process where they lift the front end up onto like a dolly and attach it to the tow truck.
What I love about it as well is it's underneath the nose of the dragster is essentially like a tow hook.
Yeah.
And then they've got the ball end on the dolly. Just a system that works extremely well.
It does. We were talking about this car earlier on, earlier yesterday, that this car was designed and built as a land speed car. Yet the Spider-Man jet, which is Julian's current car that he runs more often than this car, was a focused drag racing vehicle, but still keeps this one, and great to see it at the track this weekend. It's a regular mid to high 6-second runner. Very entertaining. Does rock the tower very well indeed. Which reminds me, we need to push everything back on the counter.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Because things do fall off if they're too close to the edge. We've learnt this many years ago, not to have tea, coffee, anything like that up here, because it will either end up in your lap or on the floor. Not a good idea. When we used to have the PA console up here, that used to end up going, whoa, quick, catch it, stop it from falling off, but it's a lot easier now. Oh, yeah, that's happened. Yeah, phones go flying.
I think the most impressive thing I've seen one of the jet cars do was blow one of the 3-pin plugs out of the wall.
Oh, it unplugged the PA system.
It did, yeah.
Well, not the whole PA system, but the controller that
makes you hear
us. Yeah, that was really weird. Here we go then. You can hear the jet turbine starting up, and of course it's going to get a little bit warmer as well, as some nice big sheets of flame are going to come out the back of a split second.
I'm determined to not be made jump this time. So a car that has done over 300 miles an hour. Not over the quarter mile, but over a longer distance.
Yeah.
Flames getting very close to the tower.
They do, actually. It's okay when he builds a turbine up because the flame is more focused. But when it's doing the, how we say, low RPM flame. Oh, here he goes. Oh, thank goodness that part of it's over with. Tower. Can't take much more. Okay, so Julian rolls it into stage. Here we go then. Split second.
As the colour of the afterburner changes when he lets go of the brakes, goes 657, 239 mile an hour.
That is a lovely pass.
That's the first time I've ever noticed that. The flame turned from orange to blue.
Oh, he's on one there, that's for sure. Right, so the team go to collect Julian from the top end. We got Rob, but bring in the lanes.
At this point in the day, whenever a race class is ready, I'm sending your running order might be completely whack, but I'm just going to send whatever I've got when it's ready.
Yeah.
Gas and Circus might come round 3 times in 10 minutes. So
Okay, that's cool.
as soon as they're ready, you're gonna start getting
I'm sure some of you heard that over the pier then. That was race director Max Frost there saying whenever the race class is ready, he's going to send it. So running orders out the window, unfortunately.
Make it fun for us, make it fun for you. It's what we call box of chocolates racing. You don't know what you're going to get. There we go.
I think
Right.
the best person who's ever done box of chocolates racing was Fast Freddy at the end of European finals
Goodness me, yeah.
a good few years ago. And it was just, Freddy's back round. Oh, that was obviously going to be his last run of the weekend. Oh no, he's back. And he did it again and again and again.
How you turn a pro mod round in 15 minutes or less sometimes. It was just stuff of folklore. And then they closed the lanes. Freddie tried to budge it, have another one. They said, no, stop. Oh, it was legendary.
I think he did something like 5 or 6 runs in the time it took Brian Pateman to turn his car around between finals.
Yeah, it was incredible. Just goes to show what you can do. Okay, let's have a look into the pairing lanes. As we well know there, that whatever appears will send. It is run what you brung, obviously, but when race classes appear in lanes 4 and 5, I think that's going to be the way it's going to work now. So run what you brung, I'm hazarding a guess, will be in lanes 2 and 3. Race classes will appear in 4 and 5. But there's only fields of 8 down to 4 to 2.
Yep.
So, we are progressed quite well with the race classes. Let me just double check. Yeah, Nostalgia Superstock are a round of 8. So when they appear, we'll run them. Gas Circus. Well, it's a round of 16, but there's only 7 pairs. And Outlaw Anglia, yep, they are a round of 8. We know that, there's only 7 cars because Wayne is on a bye run, but we do know one of them's had to shoot off, so there's only 6 cars left down there. So that's where we are. As you can see, Neil, let's see that teardrop.
Yep.
That's one I was telling you about. If we'll appear around there in a moment. But yeah, run what you brung. They'll be back with us very, very shortly indeed.
So that's a teardrop caravan being towed behind an 11-second truck. Cool.
No, you can't. There's no way that the camera can pick that up. Don't even try and find it, Barney, because it's going past your studio at the moment. But no, it's something that we were talking about yesterday. Neil Alute, that is. High 11-second pickup truck, C10 truck from 1968, I think it is. And he was up in the pits and, comes to the racetrack with a teardrop caravan on the back. Brilliant way of doing it. Very, very good indeed.
So, round first then for Run What You Brung is Beavis Allen with the Chevy Impala.
Now then, racers go back and play the live stream back. Beavis found me in the pits last night. He says, I'm going to have you. I said, what? He said, calling me a fat you-know-what. I said, I didn't call you fat. He goes, yeah, but you said when my car corkscrews, it even has the power to lift me up. Oh, Beavers, that was so funny. Great moment. Thanks for tuning into the coverage, Beavers. No, we did have a good laugh about that last night. This is a good-looking run as well.
It's going to be a 10.
10.09, 131, almost back in the nines again. Very, very tidy run indeed. Very tidy.
So another run for the 550 horsepower V8 powered Cortina. I know that because it's written on the back window.
Yeah, come on, Julie, let's see what you got. Out or outcast car. Goes 12.37, 111. Tom Semper, my goodness me. Haven't seen Tom all weekend long. Last time I saw Tom was Street Weekend last year, actually. No, he's probably ran at Hot Rod Drags as well, but good to see Tom making an appearance.
Unfortunately, a box of neutrals for Tom.
Yeah, he's pulled it over to the left-hand side. That's a shame. Stopped very sharpish indeed.
Yeah, good news. I can't see anything leaking underneath the car. I think the issue there was he tried for second, tried again for second, and then thought, nope, I'm going to save the car. Just asking the marshal if there's anything leaking underneath, doing the absolute right thing. Pulling over to one side. He's still driving. I can see the quad about to turn around at the top end. But Tom there doing the absolute right thing. Pulling over to one side. Checking that it wasn't going to oil down. So well on, Tom. So, Tom driving around the top end. Means we're going to carry on. Now, Gasser Circus have appeared in the lanes, so they'll be slotted in at some point. We're still going to run through Romney Brung whilst we have a moment to.
Yeah, what they do is they get all of the Gasser Circus, not just the individual pairs, yeah. Otherwise the timing crew won't be able to keep up.
So in the downtime, I had a chance to go and have a look at the inside of this
Oh,
Ford.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
I know what you mean when you say it's a proper gangster's car. Real Bonnie and Clyde-esque.
That's what I was looking for, actually. But we know we're looking for a 10. Right, let's have a look at the 60 foot. Wow, 141. That's really come down. Let's 76. Oh, tailed off at the 8th, unfortunately, so it's not going to be on this run. Really got great launch. Actually, the front's just lifted a little bit that time as well. But 7.16 to the 8th, we need it to be a 7.0 and a low 7.0. And then that 10 will appear. But it's doing a cracking job out there. Right, Lawson with the Anglia. Somewhere around 15 and a half.
I think it was it Hot Rod Drags last year where Lawson was just doing hot lap after hot lap.
Yeah. Well,
And it
goes 15.54 on a guess of 15 and a half. Oh dear. Okay, 100 E's, and we actually got some company. How
Awesome.
about that? Matt Stanley joins us. Thank you. Thanks for turning that around, Matt, because I didn't know. Okay, so Paul Lawn has appeared. Matt, how are you doing, first of all?
I'm good. This is the first year that I've taken it out of racing. Decided being in the NSRA as well as racing a bit too much, so I can focus on one thing and the other, and also help these guys out behind the scenes.
Yeah.
A lot more. So Paul's freshly built his car last year, and this is its first outing this year.
Yeah, it's been very wayward. Up to now, 9.76 for Paul.
He's been doing very well this weekend. Very well.
I didn't realise how big the engine was in it.
Oh, yeah.
Big time.
He spent a lot of time last year getting that built for this season.
Now, obviously, spending your time with the NSRA as well, that's become quite a focus
Yes.
for you. How busy you kept with doing that?
A lot busier than I thought I was going to be,
Right.
let's say. But it's also one of those things that I try to make myself as busy as I can. So my biggest focus is getting more of the younger generation involved into the hot rod custom car scene as well as the drag racing scene.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I love with the 100E challenge is it's not about how deep your pockets are. It's about the love of the sport and the love of the cars. So I try and take the NSRA to multiple different events to promote it, not only the club, but the scene. And that's, for me, the most important thing.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head there by the younger generation, because I think it's fair to say hot rodding and custom car is an older generation thing.
It is.
You can't let that fade away with the people that are in it. You've got to, got to keep the young ones coming through.
Exactly, and that's one of the reasons why I joined. Was I saw in the last few years the interest sort of like dip down.
Right, this is Matt Southcott, 125 to 60.
Wow.
This is on one. This
It
is on
was
one.
until
Yeah, it was on one.
Yeah. It wouldn't click into third gear.
But he still went 774 at 185 miles an hour. He matched his speed from the weekend. And but if you bear in mind his quickest so far was 762. Goodness, that would have been 7.5.
Easy.
Possibly even more. Wow.
I was having a chat with him earlier about him doing street weekend last year.
Yeah.
And he was saying about how when it was raining, his legs was soaked from the rain, and the upper half of his body was soaked from the sweat.
That's right.
From the heat, and
Well,
the water was hitting the firewall and it turned into steam.
Well,
I was
they had what's the word? Fresh air problem in the car, whereas they had a little hole in the window, but none of the air was getting in. So they got a paper cup, cut it in half, and turned it into a scoop, get the air in.
I know, with driving my 100E on the street with the little flip windows,
Yeah.
you don't get any
No
air
air.
coming through. You have to stick your head out to the side sort of thing to get some air.
All right, one of your 100Es, we know this one.
Yeah, this is Sharon. So she's got 11:58. Can she do it? She was great on her dial-in on her last run.
So what's the Jezebel entry got for us on this one? Ooh, 11:36.
Wow. A lot quicker.
Yeah, they're happy with that.
I think her right foot got a little bit heavy on that one.
Nothing wrong with that.
Right, now we've got David Motti and Mark Wade. $12.22 for Mark Wade. He's been doing really good this year with a car that he's just finished building. Morty's onto a fly though.
Yeah, he's dialed 11:15 on this. Wow. Goes 43 on that, 116
Not quite
miles an hour.
Well, there's no fluid coming out of Mark's car, which is nice to see. Just one of those where he'd lost forward momentum and decided to stop rather than spreading oil everywhere, which is, again...
Now, according to my notes on here, he's got a Z-Tech engine,
Yeah.
isn't that right? Yeah.
So yeah, he was running the Z-Tech last year, but he spent like the winter months rebuilding it, strengthening it up, putting a bigger turbo on it.
Yeah.
He's also saved a lot of weight. He's taken the front end panels off, changing the fiberglass, rear arches fiberglass as well, try and bring his times down.
There's no helping him, is there?
No. It's an addiction racing.
Yeah. How about the story of Phoebe this
Phoebe?
weekend?
Oh, wow.
My goodness me.
Wow.
You little superstar down there.
She's been doing great this weekend. Considering she's not an official 100E challenge contender,
Yeah.
she's been doing great. Better than her dad as well.
Well, that's why Julian's back behind the wheel now, isn't it?
Exactly.
I think the best thing I saw all weekend was when Julian did his first run in the car and ran a low 10.9, with Phoebe being really annoyed with it.
Yes. yeah. But then yesterday, when I saw her after that run that she did, was what was it, a 10.9 or something?
Well, she went
like that.
10.97, then
Yeah.
backed it up with a 10.93.
Yeah.
Even better.
The smile on her face,
I
ear
bet.
to ear.
Going against Stuart Flitton. 10.30 target for Stuart.
It's a good one. The experience these two have in our challenge.
So 10.48 and 10.97. Tens again for the Davison family.
But that's
Right.
one of the things I like with the 100E challenge, is that it's not about how deep your pockets are.
Yeah.
I bought a car, project car, spent a few £1,000s on it, and I can compete. And I was competitive last season.
Yeah.
I could only make 3 events, but I won 2 out of 3 events.
That'll do. That'll do.
And considering it's not a 50 grand car, it's anyone can get into it. Youngsters can get into it, and that's
Yeah.
the biggest thing.
Right, Gasser Circus, Ray Turner taking on Steve Matthews. This for a spot in the next round. Green lights on both sides of the racetrack. Ray Turner is a tough customer, but then Steve Matthews, he's always up for a fight. Let's see, it is going to be Ray Turner, 10.71 on a 10.70 dial. Steve Matthews, 9.46 on the 40, but it is Ray that moves on into round number 3.
So one of my favourite cars to watch this weekend, the Cherry Bomb of Jason Pickett. The way this thing launches, it's like a knife through warm butter.
A knife
Just
through warm
nice and
butter.
smooth.
9.79 on the dial-in, worked out with Jason and of course Keith. He should have been alongside Jason Hollenby, but unfortunately Jason, a lovely wheel stand there for Jason Pickett.
Really hanging the gears out as well.
He could break out this time if he wants to. No, 85, 133, job done. Well done, Keith. All right, Identity Crisis. That is Brian Gibson.
Should have been against Ray Irish, but as I was taking a wander through the pits, I saw Ray loading the Willis truck back onto the trailer. So it's a solo for Brian.
Dial's 11.54. He can run what he likes. Goes 74. Right, okay, next up then. Right, John Gibson taking on Emily with the Stoner.
What a name.
Harvey Turner, as we know, has switched over to Nostalgia Superstock, so he says to his good lady, come on, you have a go in the car, and she's proved it very. I think she's driven it before, but nevertheless knows what she's doing. Dialing in 11 flat with the Chevy Nova. The Ford Falcon dialing in 10.76. Well, that tells you the story. John Gibson takes that, 10.82 to lose at 11.11. So John moves on to meet Ray Turner in the next round. All right, Tony Pearson with the blunderbuss taking on Chris Layram. Chris 10.01, he's got to be patient because it's going to be Tony leaving first. 1.68 seconds difference on the tree. There goes Tony. Chris in pursuit.
Yeah, this one's going to have to be decided at the stride, but it's going to be close.
Very good indeed. 10.02 on a 10.01 dial for Chris Layram, and 0.10 light as well. That was going to be tough. Tony wasn't late. He was 0.7 and 72 on a 69. But it is Chris into the next round. Your last pair. It is Billy Jones and Gary Nash. Billy dialing in 993, which is what he ran last time out. That was his new PB, his second run in the nines ever. Did his first one. Oh, what a shame for Gary Nash. He sort of rolled the beam, tried to pull it back, but he couldn't hold it. Cherry on the Billy goes into the nines again. Right, these two tagging on the back. These were, as Simon Press said, eliminated in round one with a sad face. Let's see what he can do. Now, Sai is going for his PB here. He's put it on the back window so we know what it is. 10.79. Sam? He would like a 10.14.
That was the smoothest launch I've seen from the Glen and Glen car.
Tell you what, Sai's on a good one here. 10.94, 122. 10.29 there for Sam there. Right, okay, this is Nostalgia Superstock Eliminations. This is to set the semi-finals. Coming through thick and fast now. Rick Denny taking on Stuart Floyd. Dial-ins. Rick, 11.16. He's going to be doing the chasing. Leaving first will be Stuart Floyd, 13.1. So Stuart's adjusted his dial-in by a 10th. Rick pretty much where he's been all weekend long. At the stripe, it is a win there for Rick Denny. Takes that 11.36 to lose at 13.22. Typical if Stuart left his dial in alone, he'd have to be 200s off, but as racing, it is what it is. Right, your number one qualifier, Jim Smith. Can he take a spot in the semis? He's got to get past Jake Cawthorne to be able to do that. 10.62, the dial in for Jake. It's going to be Jim trying to hunt him down with that 10.15. Well, Jim's almost drawn alongside straight away. Yeah, Jim's ahead. And Jim takes it, 10.24 to lose out, 10.67. That, in effect, is a whole shot win for Jim. Well done.
Yeah, he had a 1/10 of a second advantage on the tree, and that's all he needed.
Right, Don and Dan. Dan Sanderson with the Mustang, 13.75. And how about Don Scott? 9.65 on the dial. Straight. Great race with Dave Biller doing the previous round. Sort this one out at the stripe because they couldn't off the line. Don's got his nose in front, takes it 9.74 to 14.26. Don unfortunately just fading a little bit at the stripe. Don Scott, he actually lifted at the stripe as well. So well done to Don.
Yeah, 06 reaction time was the better of the two, but the other one was only an 07.
Last pair, Adrian Portelli, Harvey Turner. What a debut for Harvey with this car. Dial-in of 12.09. Adrian Portelli, 10.87. He's flinched at last. He's moved away from the 10.9s.
This is the first weekend I've ever seen the Big Red 6 start really picking up the front wheels.
So 12.09 plays 10.87. Winner of this gets Rick Denny in the next round, and to face him will be Harvey Turner, 12.13, only 400ths off, 600ths off for Adrian. Harvey Turner, the dream debut continues. So that's to semi-finals then, and it'll be Jim Smith taking on Don Scott, and it is going to be Harvey Turner taking on Rick Denny. Wow, some great racing there. Outlaw Anglia are in the lanes as well.
I accidentally caught Ben Kennedy doing something sneaky, who's at the start of the Outlaw Anglia lanes. He was in Colin Miller's RV with a laptop.
Okay. What was he buying off the internet?
Amazon Prime.
Yeah, I think it's called a Miller tune.
Ah, right, okay. Well, it's allowed.
It's definitely allowed.
Now,
It's just brave.
Yeah. Now, we do know that Ben Kennedy has got a solo. That's why there's nobody next to him. We know that Lee Taylor has had to shoot off. So
Okay.
Ben will actually get a solo here. And as if by magic, on the live stream, the ladder appears. They're good down there. They're good. It'll be Rob Brindle taking on Luke Hoskins. Barry Danby taking on Martin Payne. And Wayne Power is on a solo.
Oh, what a shame it is that Lee Taylor had to go home.
Yeah.
I've been talking to Ben recently about his engine setup because he's got a Japanese Lexus.
Yeah,
1UZ
Lexus
in it.
plant in it, yeah.
Now, obviously, everyone in the scene, they usually go small block Chevy, small block Ford, where he's gone Lexus. And you hear the pop and bang from the turbos, it's great. But it's a nice mix of something different, Japanese, with a typical English drag car sort of thing.
It's something out of, it reminds me in a weird way of, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I will.
You're not gonna say
Fast
what,
and
then,
Furious Tokyo Drift.
I knew it. With the Mustang.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Exactly that. You knew where I
And
was
you're
going,
looking at the
didn't you?
video and you're like, why is that Mustang jacked up so high and it's going around corners like that?
Yeah.
I don't think so. But it is. It's taken something
Yeah.
completely out of the ordinary and putting it in something out of its comfort zone.
Well, a tune-up run then for Ben Kennedy.
Oh, that's squatted and gone. Oh,
Shook the tyres. It's the first time I've ever seen the car do that. Issues getting it in second gear. It's in there now, and he's still got his foot down, believe it or not.
He's gone.
926, 148 mile an hour. And it's not too long ago that he'd be really happy with that.
I think he'll be going back to the RV and saying, I want a faster tune-up.
okay, Barry Danby. What a weekend he's having. Going alongside Martin Payne, the great barbarian. As I say, it was one of a bunch of cars that ran 850. All right, okay. Ian says, come on then. Up to the line you come. So this was spot in the semi-finals. No darlings, it's heads up. Whoever gets to the top end first will win.
Well, you can see who left the line first. And it's the one who's going to get to the stripe first. Martin Payne goes 8.53, 159 miles an hour.
0.08 reaction time on that.
Yeah, no way, beats him 0.3.
All right, Rob Brendel next step. Going alongside Luke Hoskins.
This is one of the good things with Outlaw Anglias is that if you get two pairings very close, you're in for an entertaining race.
Exactly. There's about a second between these two cars. Rob into the 8.3s, Luke in the 9.5s.
Well, Rob, a very experienced campaigner at this. And to be fair, Luke Hoskins is certainly not a newbie.
Luke literally needs to chop that tree down and get going.
Well, he does just that. But the horsepower
It just hooked and it went.
of Rob Brindle goes 8.42, 155 miles an hour. Takes the strike by a second. A good run from Luke. He got a 0.2 second advantage on the tree, but that was with a 0.3 light. He actually was lucky that Rob was late with a 0.5.
Well, hold on tight. Let's see what Wade's got for us this time.
He's run 2 7.5s now, only one of which was a full pass. John Webster out in front, the man who built the car and campaigned it very successfully for a number of years.
A lot of people say race cars can't be pretty. That's a pretty race car.
That's a gorgeous race car.
Yeah, John has his own way of doing things, and yeah, it's a Colin Miller body, but he changed it around a little bit, little slots to let the burnout smoke, little roof fins, if you like. Only a 412 cubic inch motor in there.
Only.
Yeah, but look at this thing go.
No stranger to a 1060 foot. Does it again with a 107. Takes a 1 or 2 over towards the centre line. Wayne was thinking about keeping his foot in.
He was. Still goes 820 at 136. But he's now driving the car. He's not letting the car drive him. That is the difference.
He's caught back up with it.
Yeah. Right, semi-finals. Wayne Powell will be taking on Martin Payne, and Rob Brindle taking on Ben Kennedy. Ben Kennedy. Right, Alex Strike having a time trial run in the Turbo Turtle.
As the Wild Bunch are back down already.
Yeah. God, they're not hanging about. But mind you, they said when the cars appear, we will run them.
So Joey with the Moxo bomb coming around into the Kestrel Beer lane. Andy Roy with the Shore Crank Redemption into the Slick Tricks lane.
Right, better get the PB sheet out once again. You never know. Can always change around.
So the way this class runs is the one with the lowest average difference to dial in at the end of the day will take the win. They run on a staggered tree, just mainly for entertainment. Doesn't matter who gets the first to the finish line, it doesn't matter whose win light comes on, it just matters how far away they are from the number you can see on the scoreboard. Joey looking for an 11.15, Andy Roy looking for a 9.70. So there goes Joey. There goes Andy with a strong launch. And if this was a race, it'd be a close one. 9.60.
He's a happy man down there.
They have taken exactly 1/10 off their PB with that one. Well done.
And 11.04 in the other lane, not too far away from their dial-in, but Andy Roy.
Very impressive, yeah.
And ironically, if they'd have dialed a 9.6, they'd have been bang on to 4 digits. As Gavin Meanley takes the Charles Bang special down the track, looking for an 11.70, goes 11.79.
I had a great weekend actually, the Charles Bank Special, because I've been running with the Flatheads as well as the Wild Bunch, so I get plenty of runs. James Griffin and Ian Wild.
Interestingly, James has lost his scoop, running without it this time. I fear he may have broken it with the flash of flame we saw on the start of the last run.
Weight reduction. You don't need it. It's fine.
So James looking for an 8.90, Ian looking for an 11.51. Ian will be going first. There he goes, here comes James. Both of them chucking the black smoke out. And they're going to cross the line about the same time. 11.44 for Ian and 9.20 for James.
Right, James Auld for that 12.55. I think he went 12.6 on his run earlier. And the Rowell Rail. 12 flat. So Paul guides James back. James almost rolling that's the second time he's done that. He's just rolled into deep stage.
Yeah, he does it every time. He does it for the reaction
I think
time.
he struggles to hold it. 10.78. Oh, 12.51 for James. Good run for him. For Pete, goes 10.78 with a roll rail. That's a massive PB.
So impressively, the Maros have got Revel turned around in about 3.5 seconds. So Pete's back down behind the wheel.
So 9 of the 21 cars in the Wild Bunch have set PBs and are the speed, ET, or both.
Cool.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it tells you how good the weather was this weekend.
I think everyone's getting PBs this weekend. Everyone, you go around the pits and everyone's just so excited.
Right, last car in the Wild Bunch for this session, I think, as we're going back into Run Where You Brung in a minute. We're going to have a chat with Matthew properly during Run Where You Brung as well. So do not go away.
Okay. I'm stuck.
You are not excused yet. So, Pete Brown. What's he got?
So Pete went 8.60 the run before. Well, he's gained back what he lost on the 60 foot, so it's going to be a bit closer to the 8.44 target number. It is an 8.43.
Wow.
Nice.
157 mile an hour. And breathe.
Well done.
Relax.
You're right there, Rob.
You can go have a drink now.
I think he
it's
said he was
fine.
tired. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Right, it's all good fun at the end of the day. Right, before we go any further, this has got to be the... Can I call this? Yeah, this is going to be the one. You know, I said that before when everybody's been running 11 has been hitting a 10. I got it with Phoebe. I got it with Kevin Baker. Now is the time for the 39.
Are you feeling it in your guts?
Yeah, I'm feeling this one. Nice burnout. Get those tyres nice and sticky. Oh, I hope I'm right. if I'm right. I would love to see a 10 appear on that scoreboard.
So nice and shallow staged.
Yeah, just tickle that beam.
Give yourself as much run up as you physically can.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. Getting the roll out. That's it, stop. Right, perfectly,
Lovely.
perfectly staged.
Oh, no.
Right, off we go. Problems for Tom again.
Not the best 60 foot, unfortunately, and
Oh,
not the
it's
best
not.
8th either.
It's not this one.
Did you say that with the last one?
Weird. It's still in 11.16, yet he's lost a 10th on the 60 foot. Lost it there, but pulled it back here. That's really odd.
Yeah,
Really
issues
odd.
as well for Tom. It seemed to just hop forwards and then stop. Good news though, he made it down the whole track, unlike what he did last time.
Oh, Sharon's come back round again with Jezebel.
Do we know where that name came from?
Oh, I don't. I
No.
couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. She probably did tell me. I probably wasn't listening.
So Jezebel, V8 powered 100E,
107E.
107E.
Full door.
What's the difference?
Well, I'm probably going to get slated for this now.
Okay.
But my understanding... Oh, she's holding on. Oh, wait. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Yeah, unfortunately no second gear there for Jezebel.
Paul, you've got to fix that now. You know that.
Literally just coasting. Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
My understanding, like I said, I'm probably going to get slated. 100E's 2 doors. 107E's 4 doors.
Okay.
That's pretty obvious if you if you
And
look.
300E is van or
Yeah.
estate.
Ah,
Right,
cool.
thank you. No, we'll go with that. We will certainly go with that.
I'm probably going to have a lynching mob waiting outside for me now.
Right, now with a little bit of quietness out there. Now's the opportunity to have a chat about the NSRA.
Yes.
Obviously, involvement with drag racing goes hand in hand, but more importantly, is what the NSRA does for the world of hot rodding.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's always been at the forefront of supporting hot rods or hot rodding, street rodding scene. One of the biggest things is, like we said, you're right there, falling off your chair. One of
Yeah.
the biggest things is is supporting the scene and making an impact, and giving members and car enthusiasts a place they can all congregate together and join in.
Yep. Ah, right, okay. Now, what's coming up on your radar going forward at the moment with regards to events and everything? Because it's not just like, oh, we're going to go to Santa Pond.
No.
You've got regional representation, shows pretty much every weekend.
Yeah, so we
between
started
spring and
last year,
autumn.
which is gone now, was big brunches. So we had multiple different brunches across the country. Local little clubs or individuals would create a brunch in their local area. In a couple of weeks, we are going down to Cornwall for the first time, bring the fun run back,
Yeah.
which is down in Cornwall at Away Resorts. There's still spots available if you want to go camping, get a chalet. You can go down for the week. It's half term. Might as well take the kids down,
Yeah.
have a holiday, or just go down for the weekend. It's going to be great because all people across the country are going to be taking their rods down and cruising down, and it's just going to be one cruise, join on to another cruise, join on to another cruise, and drive.
And you'll
down to
meet at
Cornwall.
the same place at the end of the day and have a really good time and
then
stuff like that.
every day there's a different cruise going somewhere. So one of the local car clubs down there, Proper Cornish Cruisers, have created like a different cruise every day to a different venue in Cornwall to try and give the members to see as much Cornwall as they can.
Yeah. And obviously, a lot of these cars will travel fair distances as well, because you're saying about cruises meeting up. Some are talking hundreds of miles as
yeah.
well, aren't they?
Yeah. Some people coming from all the way up north, from Scotland, I believe. Some people
Yeah.
are coming down from. So people who own hot rods and street rods don't just park them up and leave them, or drive to a show field and leave them.
Yeah.
Some people actually enjoy driving them.
Yeah, and it's always a fantastic sight when you see them out on the road.
Exactly.
I suppose I'm quite fortunate because I only live like half a mile away from here. And when you come to events like we are this weekend and you see people out and about, and you think, oh yeah, that's cool, that's cool. And yeah, it does make it all the more real.
Yes.
Instead of just having a show pony, and if you like it, you bring it in a trailer. Yes, I understand it, but it's so much better to have something that you can take out on the road, exercise it.
Exactly.
Happy days.
Exactly. Cars are meant to be driven.
Yeah.
Meant to be enjoyed. Rather than just
yeah.
parked there, like you say, a show pony.
Yeah.
They're meant to be driven and enjoyed.
I thought I heard a little jet then. I couldn't work out what that was. Oh, unless someone was playing a video somewhere. Actually, I need to give this to Claire. And I know she's... that's not good. Unfortunately, the backdraft slingshot has some severe engine damage. Been one of those weekends, unfortunately. That's interesting. I've just... Martin Kirbishley. He lives down in Cornwall area, and he says he's taken the 34 to the NSRA bash in Cornwall at the end of the month. So
Perfect.
it's absolutely spot on. Good to see that you tuned in, Martin. Thank you very much indeed. Hope you're keeping well. Look forward to seeing you at the track sometime this year as well.
One of the good things with the fun run is this year it's in Cornwall. Next year, it's potentially in Isle of Wight.
Yeah.
And the year after that, it's going to be in another venue across the country.
Can you imagine
and
the car?
after that
Can you
as
imagine
well,
the car ferry going to the Isle of Wight full of hot rods? How cool would that
Yes.
be? You need to get it sponsored because it costs a few quid to get over to the Isle of Wight.
We've got so all members that are going on the fun run, if they go to when we do it in the Isle of Wight, are getting discounted by the resort that we're doing it with.
Great
so
stuff.
straight
Great
away,
stuff.
you already get a discount with your ferry crossings.
Yeah. Because I know it can cost a few.
Oh,
Trust me, I mean, can't believe I'm going to admit this, but I put it up my socials last year anyway. But my summer holiday last year, because we don't travel abroad much these days, well, Claire won't, my wife. So we decided to do a crazy golf tour of the Isle of Wight, just for fun.
Tour.
We had such a laugh. We really did. I mean, yeah, we went out for meals in the evening and had a really nice time. But the focus was finding all the crazy golf courses on the Isle of Wight. We made a bit of a challenge out of it. And
who won?
It was a draw.
Yeah, she won then. Is that it? Did she win?
No, it was a draw.
That sounds like a cop out to me.
Yeah.
No, it was a genuine draw. So it'll be a battle will recommence at some point this year. We don't know what part of the country, but it's just something that we do. It's just a bit of totally random conversation. Sorry about that. But, yeah. So if anybody from the NSRA is going to the Isle of Wight, I can thoroughly recommend a few crazy golf courses.
Yeah.
Which one was your favourite?
The ones I won at.
Yeah.
Oh dear. The reason that we're padding at the moment is that we are collecting some cars in the pairing lanes. We do have semi-finalists for Nostalgia Superstock down there. Don Scott is just putting his hands device on, and they are still in Wonderland, I think, because of the cars' numbers this weekend. Absolutely phenomenal runs. Jim Smith down there as well. What a weekend he's having as well. Perfect ET in qualifying, and he's made it all the way through to the semis. Jim, another winner's trophy wouldn't be a bad thing on the mantelpiece, would it, mate? I'm sure he would love that. Lined up behind him, though, Harvey Turner debuting the Nova Wagon this weekend, and the very experienced racer of Rick Denny. I tell you what, any one of those four could make it all the way to the top step of the podium, so to speak. So that would be really, really good. Okay, more messages. As has been in touch, she goes, if you ever travel to the Isle of Wight, let me know. I've got a few codes you can use. Cheers, Azza. Oh, very interesting. There's a good one. Scott Collin, obviously you know very well from the 100Es.
Yes.
He's been tuned in all weekend long
Yes.
because he's been working feverishly in his garage trying to get the car sorted.
Yeah. After that incident the other week.
He spotted Mark Wade's run. And his instant reaction was, "Oh, that'll be another half shaft on Mark Wade." So, you know, they all want to know what everybody else is doing, and it's good entertainment.
That's the best thing about it is it's not always about competitive, who's
Yeah.
beating who, and so on and so forth. It's a family event basically.
Yeah.
We all get together at the end of the year. We all have a meal. We're always helping one another. If one's lagging behind a little bit more, we always try and help one another to get them back up.
Yeah.
The competitive part is the fun part, but the actual enjoyment of it is the most important thing.
Yeah.
Is to make sure you enjoy it. What do you see?
Just want to say good afternoon to Cody. Give us a wave, mate. There he is. He's the last man at the top of the banking. He just messaged me to say, yeah, I'm here. Good afternoon to you, Cody. Nice to see that you are here. When he said, I'm the one in the black hoodie at the bottom. Well, he's the only one up there, so yeah, that was quite easy to spot you, mate. Okay. Great. Thanks. Great invitation. Thank you very much indeed. Good to have a chat. As we now run Nostalgia Superstock semi-finals. Don Scott, is he going to make it to the final, or is it going to be Jim Smith?
Not for the minute.
Oh, no.
Driver's being clicked off.
Have you spotted something out there?
Ah. Thank you, Nick, for the hand signal.
Is it spotting?
It may be. Certainly isn't a pre-existing fluid on the track, shall we say. It's one that's coming from the sky. As I do my best not to mention the R word.
Yeah. Oh, just one of those things, unfortunately. Okay, so we're on a pause at the moment, and I'll tell you what, instead of us waffling on all afternoon, we'll give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back, obviously, when we can continue once again. Thanks for your patience, folks. We'll see you in a bit. Semi-finals time. That was the quickest rain delay I've ever had. It lasted about a minute. Jim Smith, Don Scott.
For a place in the final, can Jim Smith go from number one and get the chance to race for the number one step on the podium? Or
So 10-15 place 967.
to be fair,
Gonna be
both
good.
of these having dream weekends. One's going to carry on, one's going to end right here. Well, it's green.
$10.19 on a 10.15. Had a reaction time advantage. Win margin 0-2 at the stripe. It is Jim Smith into the final. Great weekend for Don Scott, though. I've got to say, great weekend for Don. He had the marquee matchup. He really did with Dave Bilodeau when they both went 9.64. That was just a race of the day. But it's Jim Smith in the final. Who's he going to meet? Is he going to be the debutant of Harvey Turner, darling in 12.09, or is it going to be Rick Denny? Rick just going into stage. The tree counts are down. Oh, are we just loose a little bit? Whoa, that was a surprise off the line. Let's see what happens at the top end.
Well, you can see Harvey looking over as he drifts towards the centre line. He's off the throttle, gets there first and takes the win.
Yeah, Rick Denny. That was, I don't know what happened off the line. That was not normal for Rick. 0.4 light. Something didn't go quite right, but it is Harvey Turner on his debut in Nostalgia Superstock with a new car. Takes it all the way to the final.
Now, if I was Jim Smith, I'd be scared, because what happened when, say, Adrian Portelli debuted a new car?
Yeah, he went on to win.
And what about Dave Billadu?
He went on to win the championship.
Yes. Good luck, Jim.
But I tell you what, Jim qualified number 1. He's into the final. Harvey, where did Harvey qualify?
7, 8, something like
Harvey
that.
qualified 30th. Regardless of what happens, Jim Smith leaves here with the points lead.
Yeah. Yep, Jim playing himself massive favours in the Lifestyle Championship.
Right, Dave Mott once again with the Brickyard Shaker. Going alongside Julian Davison. Julian's best this weekend has been in the 10 9s. Mind you, so's Phoebe's. And Dave Mott has a PB in the low 11s.
Neither of them were going to wait for the Sportsman tree. Good run from Julian goes 10.97 and a 12.89 on the other side of the track.
Right, Tom Semper back down for another one.
Right, fingers crossed for a full pass here. First run ended halfway down when he missed second gear. The second one ended at the start line when he sort of double stepped it, a bit like that. That wasn't a double step, that was just a bog. Let go of the clutch too quickly and the engine RPM died. Something's just fallen off there as well. That looks to me like some sort of auxiliary belt.
No, I'd say that was a bit of the exhaust system, actually.
Okay.
It's a pipe of some description.
Right, let's see if the spotter just picks him up. We'll see if it's a hot bit or not. Oh, it's not too hot.
No, he's got gloves on.
Ah.
No, I can't. I'm joking, I don't know.
So, round number 3 of Gasser Circus.
Blimey, Philly.
I believe this is semi-finals?
No, quarters.
Quarter-finals. Ah, round 3 or round 4?
This is round 3.
I was right. Awesome.
So Ray Turner taking on John Gibson. There's only 3 races though. 6 cars left. So the all-important dial-ins, 1076. It's going to be close, 1067, yep. John Gibson, 1076. Ray Turner, 1067. Ford versus Chevy. So it will be the Falcon going first. But not far behind. Less than 1/10 of a second. Ray Turner will be in pursuit.
Yeah, all the same numbers, just in a different order.
Yeah.
John will flick his stage. It's going to have to be decided at the stripe. The high roller's got his nose in front, but here comes the horsepower of the Green Onions machine. It's not going to be enough. Well,
it was enough.
it was enough.
1068 breakout, 8/10 too quick for John Gibson, only a 2/10 breakout for Ray Turner. So it is Ray Turner that advances. Chris Layram rolls forward, taking on Brian Gibson. 11.69 for Identity Crisis. And 10.01 for Chris. .68 difference on the tree, and it will be Brian Side running first. Well, these guys are good. Brian gets there first with an 11.90 to a loser. 10.41 for Chris. Yeah, Chris was off the throttle way before the stripe. Brian had noticed that. So Brian marches on.
Yeah.
This is a great race. Billy Jones and Jason Pickett. 9.93 for Grumpy Grizz, and then Cherry Bomb 9.86. Well, whoever wins this gets a bye into the final. This is the important one. 2 rounds for the price of 1. 2 very determined racers these days, that's for sure. Billy Jones goes red. Oh, it was a 001 red as well. Keith got it spot on with a dialing. 986 with a 2 and a 986. That was going to be tough to get around, but Billy, great weekend. PBs times 2, I think it was in the end. He's now got a 9-second car. Right, time trial run for Gary Nash and Sam Glenn. Semi-final set in Gasser Circus. Going to be Ray Turner taking on Brian Gibson, and then Jason Pickett got a bye. Final is set in Nostalgia Superstock between Harvey Turner and Jim Smith. Outlaw Anglia semi-finals yet to run between Wayne Power and Martin Payne, and then Rob Brindle and Ben Kennedy. So how am I getting in there?
So Mark back with the Z-Tech powered 100E. Taking on Matthew Southcott. With Scampy. We'll see. Dodge Challenger front end. I want to play him with Scamp.
You see him in the pits at night, got red halo lights, and you see that it's looking really evil. That's the car, not Matt, by the way. Matt's always smiling.
Yeah, just make sure they're taking the parachute pin out. And Matt needs it as well.
He does, actually. 185 mile an hour. Very quick car indeed.
Yeah, if he can 60 foot anything like what he did earlier on, we're in for a mid to low 7. Well, the car's skating around towards the wall, but Matt's keep his foot buried into the firewall. Go 7.70, 185 miles an hour again.
That's interesting. He went 185.87. What do you think his best of the day has been?
Is it 185.86?
No, 88. Oh, talk about consistent. Very, very good indeed.
Yeah, you might find that may be terminal velocity.
Yeah, we've had a couple of those, haven't we? Very impressive.
So the lanes are quiet once again. Remember, Run What You Brung is still open for those of you who are still here. I know the pits tend to start thinning.
Oh, they do, yeah.
This time of the weekend.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to save our vocal cords and we're going to give the airwaves back over to Nitro FM. We'll take it back. Obviously, we get more cars in the lanes. In the meantime, it's back to Nitro FM. Again, they're
That's
up.
what I'm saying
Yeah.
there. When you load up Facebook and then you see part 2 of a build. This is definitely one of those for me. Right, Steve, you need to add anti-roll bar into the into the basket, I think. Definitely a shatty twisting launch.
But it's A to B. There's something to work.
And as close to 13 as you can physically get without going too quick.
Oh, Stuart Floyd goes 13.34, and that 13 moves up from 32 to 25. I think Nick Martin was thinking he was going to have a go against a tractor that time, but let's come back. So the downtown Duster, 11.05 on the dial. He's currently number 13 qualifier. That's 11.12, moves up one spot, 13 to 12. Right, Chris Goodale up next, looking for a 978. If you're not already booked in, I think most of the Nostalgia Superstocks will be coming along, and hopefully a lot of the Gasser Circus as well. But the day after Dragstalgia Sunday, on the Monday, it's the Gas Bash, and Chris Goodale is supporting that. And yeah, Nostalgia Superstock, Gasser Circus and everything, come along. There's Run With Your Bride and also some bracket racing as well. For more details, pop round and see Chris Goodale in the pits. Okay then, Jack Bishop dialing in 983 and the hooligan from qualifying yesterday, Billy Mills, 981. A huge wheel stand yesterday. I wonder which way the lenses of the photographers we for this one. I've got a funny feeling they'll be looking at Billy, but let's have a look and see what he does this time. Oh yeah, he's done it again. He got off the gas though, should have stuck with that one. Brought it back down nicely though. 989, 997. Well, Billy, he still goes up from 23 to 16.
Yeah. Fingers crossed for something in the sixes.
Oh.
Ooh, that won't be it.
Pop and a bang, and something came flying off the car.
Yeah, bits coming out the bottom, unfortunately. Lots.
This weekend of 10.15, Graham's 980. Well, Beavis is lurching all over the place there. Graham disappearing into the distance. Beavis actually pulling over. 966 for Graham Scrivens.
Where did that come from?
Wow. I know the tailwinds picked up, but I didn't realise he had a sail on the roof as well. Wow. Oh,
Well,
hang on,
lots of
Jack.
tyre shake for Jack. He's got back in it.
$8.44 and $8.59, so makes a change for Thomas to be doing the whole.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mick's not getting his car back into drive, so it's a solo for Dougie. The thing launches towards the wall and then goes back again towards the centre line. Dougie just feathers his way through the finish line to an 888.
So, do you know we've got an 8.7 second car? Oh, they're very, very, very happy indeed. An 8.78 for a PB yesterday. Andy Park back into the nines, went 9.78.
Well, Keith taking a trip towards the centre line, getting very close to those
Oh
blocks.
my
Misses
word!
them.
8.68 on that one.
you load up Facebook and then you see part 2 of a build. This is definitely one of those for me. Right, Steve, you need to add anti-roll bar into the into the basket, I think. Definitely a shatty twisting launch.
But
Yeah. Fingers crossed for something in the 6s. Ooh, that won't be it.
pop of a bang and something came flying off the car.
Yeah, bits coming out the bottom, unfortunately. Lots.
This weekend of 10:15 at Graham's 980. Well, Beavis is lurching all over the place there. Graham disappearing into the distance. Beavis actually pulling over. 966 for Graham Scriven.
Where did that come
from? I know the tailwinds picked up, but I didn't realise he had a sail on the roof as well. Wow. Oh,
Well,
hang on,
lots of
Jack.
tyre shake for Jack. He's got back in it.
$8.44 and $8.59, so makes a change for Thomas to be doing that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mick's not getting his car back into drive, so it's a solo for Dougie. The thing launches towards the wall and then goes back again towards the centre line. Dougie just feathers his way through the finish line to an 8.88.
Do you know we've got an 8.7 second car? Oh, they're very, very, very happy indeed. An 8.78 for a PB yesterday. Andy Park back into the nines, went 9.78.
Well, Keith taking a trip towards the centre line, getting very close to those
Oh
blocks.
my
Misses
word!
them.
8.68 on that one. Here we go then, semi-finals of Outer Anglia.
And this very well be, or could be, the race of the event, in my opinion.
I'm with you on that, actually. Just 500s between them in qualifying. Rob Brindle, Ben Kennedy.
But even then, if you look at their elimination times, Ben's gone quicker than the 8:43 already. Although, he's not done his burnout yet. Here he comes.
Yeah, difference being that Ben doesn't do his burnout across the start line. Right, well this for a spot in the final.
In fact... Oh no, not quite. I was going to say, I think the last 4 left in were the top 4 in qualifying, but they're not. Because Martin Payne qualified number 5.
Fifth, yeah.
So, wasting no time at all, Ben Kennedy bumping the car on stage. Rob's already in.
Rob's got his nose in front, but here comes Ben. This is going to be tight to strike. I think Rob might just sneak it. 8:31 to an 8:42. Well, great numbers for both of them, but it is Rob that takes that spot in the final. He did have the reaction time advantage as well, but 8:42 for Ben Kennedy. Is that a PB?
No, I think he went 8:40 earlier.
Oh, right. Okay, the other side of the ladder. This is Wayne Power. And going alongside the great barbarian of Martin Payne.
Yeah, talking about David versus Goliath.
Just setting the wheelie bar for Martin. Job done.
Wayne has the potential to wipe the floor with Martin. However, he's still new to the car.
This is racing. Different.
Martin gets the jump off the tree, but Wayne's getting very close to the centre line.
He's got back on it. I don't think it's going to be enough.
No, it's going to be Martin. 8:36, 160 miles an hour. That sets us up for an awesome final. Wayne Power has done brilliantly this weekend, running consistently in the 7s.
Heart in the mouth moment, I think, for Wayne Power's team. But goodness me, what a weekend. Right, Gasser Circus semi-finals. We have one race and we have a solo. 1064 dial-in for Ray Turner with Green Onions. 1169 dial-in for Brian Gibson with Identity Crisis. 1.05 seconds, the difference on the tree. This for a spot in the final. It's the first round of the Gasser Circus Championship for this year. They qualified 1 and 3. Bizarrely, the number 2 qualifier is the only one in the understanding, so yeah. Okay, let's see. Not a huge amount of difference between them on the tree. Oh, 75 compared to an 88. Yeah, they were both coasting at the stripe there, but it is Ray Turner, your number 1 qualifier. He will be racing this man, number 2 qualifier in the final. This is Jason Pickett on a predetermined bye. You notice he was not ragging it all the way, just driving it down there. Still be a nice, tidy little run. What am I on about? He breaks out at 985. He just didn't lift the front wheels that time. He thought he's taking it soft. Well, Keith is getting these numbers spot on today. So, Jason taking on Ray in the final.
And I believe that's also your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers
It is,
in the
yeah.
final.
Yeah, and it was number 3 with Brian Gibson. So,
Oh, wow.
the form book really good. So, it's only 3 finals left to go. I can't see anybody else in Run What You Run coming down to have a final play. Hang on. Yes, there is the Boxo Bomb. Oh, yeah, Wild Bunch. Goodness me. The Boxo Bomb's come down. The Wildcat is there as well.
Yeah, I can see the 100E of Tom Semper just
Yeah,
in the
he's at-
background
he's
there as
at
well.
He's at the pedestrian crossing. He's just letting the pedestrians go past him. Okay, let's give the airways back to Nitro FM, and we'll take it back when cars come around the corner. Right, young Tom Semper putting a Run What You Run run in. Would just like to get a clean run. Suffering a little bit with issues throughout the day.
That's much more like
Sounds
it.
much better.
Yeah, slipped the clutch a little bit further out that time. Still under power. Gonna go 1087.
Yeah, well done. Oh dear.
I'd love to
I
have a power
enjoyed
plant.
that. I did enjoy that.
Do you know what engine's in that?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't.
It's obviously a turbo 4-cylinder of some description. So it's still waiting for some Wild Bunch cars to make it down. I can see the final of Nostalgia Superstock there. Someone's just been given the thumbs up.
Yeah, a few more Wild Bunches, say James Ord making it down with the little Faust dragster.
And there's the Charles Bang special as well for all of you watching at home. Ironically, the tow vehicle that is towing the Charles Bang special has a bigger engine than in the Dragster. Here we go then, the final of Nostalgia Superstock. Jim Smith, your number 1 qualifier, looking to rake in all available points this weekend. Taking on Harvey Turner, who is new to the class in a new vehicle. However, he's not new to racing.
Well, the Turner family are having a bit of a banner weekend, to be honest. Harvey Turner, i.e. Turner Jr., is in the final of Australia Superstock. Ray Turner, Turner Senior, is in the final of Gas and Circus. So, Jim Smith and Harvey Turner. Jim Smith, winner at Dragstalgia last year in Nostalgia Superstock, picked up one of those beautiful trophies that are handcrafted. And last year they were based on air filters. You know, they're all personally painted. Year before they were valve covers.
Yep.
I don't know what they are this year yet. They'll find out trophies later on. But Jim Smith, Harvey Turner, this for all the marbles in Nostalgia Superstock. It's a green light drag race. Sort it out of the stripe, boys, because you couldn't separate them at the start. And the win light goes to Harvey Turner. 12.09 and the perfect ET as well. Perfect. 12.09 with a 0. Jim Smith 10.17. Jim had the reaction time advantage, but Harvey Turner, bang on. Win margin 0.009 at the stripe. What a race. But a perfect ET from Harvey Turner gives him the win. What a debut for that car. Wow.
Good morning, Nostalgia Superstock. My name's Harvey Turner. Nice to meet you.
Welcome to the club. We'll be gently with it. Not anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, what a race that was. 0.009 at the stripe. Goodness me. They both wanted that for sure. Definitely. What a race.
Yeah, Jim had 200ths advantage on the tree, but was 200ths further away than from his dialing.
What a race. That was a cracking race.
That was an awesome race. So a bit more Wild Bunch. The Boxer Bomb taking on the Wildcat.
Yeah, so basically all we got left to run is the Wild Bunch. The final of Gas Circus, and actually Ray Turner's just come down. He's going to be happy. His boy just done well. And the final of Outlaw Anglia. So Joey Childs and Ian Wild. Target numbers are a mix-up between 11s and 1s and 5s and 5s and 1s. Joey Charles, 11.15. Ian Wild, 11.51. Joey gets there first with a 10.88. Nicely done for Joey. That's a PB actually, 10.88 with a 5. Well done. And on speed as well, 125. So half the Wild Bunch field that have run today have put in PBs. That's brilliant. You can't ask for any more than that.
Cool. And one of them's in the Citrix lane. Charles Bang, PB in the 11.6s. Now, I believe did he run 11.6000?
No.
Who was that?
That was in... Who was that? I wrote it down.
It may not have been Wild Bunch.
No, I don't think it was actually. It was 11.66 actually is for the
cool
Charles Bang.
So James Ald looking to get as close as he can to 12.55.
It was Andy Roy, actually, with the
That's it.
9600.
Yeah, 9600, wasn't it?
So James looking for a 12.55.
Gonna get there first. Not too far away, 12.49. But a slowing 12.6 for the Charles Bang. Terry Robbins and Philippa Turton up next. Philippa, another one of the drivers who have PB'd this weekend. So Terry looking for a 9.99 and his first 9-second run. Philippa looking for a 10.41 and her first 10-second run. Much better launch from Philippa. This is lovely looking from both sides of the track. 10.25 and an 11.43 at 115 miles an hour.
Okay, final of Gasser Circus.
And it's a good day to own a 1955 Chevy Bel Air.
I was going to say, pick your 55. 1069 plays at 986. Both of these guys more than deserve this win, but only one of them is going to get it. They were number 1 and number 2 qualifier. Both been on brilliant form. So Ray Turner going to be leaving first. Is he going to make it 2 out of 2 for the Turner family? Or is Jason going to take top spot? Both away well. Jason closing in. Ray Turner still got his nose in front. Jason pulls alongside. Jason goes ahead. Jason breaks out. 9.79, way too quick. 10.69 takes the win. Ray Turner. Jason had 500ths advantage off the line, but he went too quick at the stripe. Took the stripe by 0.14. It is Ray Turner that takes the win in Gasser Circus.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jason's going to have to lift because he broke out in the buy run he had just moments ago with the same dial-in. And when you hot up a car, it very rarely ever goes slower.
Okay, so parent lanes are empty. Commander Sai, great weekend for Gasser Circus, got to say. Well done. Right, we've only got one final left to run. It's Outlaw Anglia, and it's going to be the Great Barbarian. Taken on Rob Brindle. Wait for them to come into the lanes. Give the radio waves back over to Nitro FM, and we'll take it back when more cars appear.
Right then, Colin has chosen the best place to watch, and that is, of course, from the start line. So it's just me up here for the minute. Colin is on his way back. This is the last final then of the Nostalgia Nationals 2025, and what a final it could be. Personal bests for both of these drivers were set in the last round, 8:31. beats another 8.3. This could be won or lost on the start line. Rob Brindle with the slightly stretched, slightly modified bodied machine taking on Martin Payne with the more stock wheelbase and more sit-up and beg machine in the Kestrel beer lane. Two very different combinations, two very different chassis styles. You've got the stack injected big block of Martin Payne and the nitrous assisted petrol car of Rob Brindle.
And believe it or not, Martin Payne's first ever final in Outlaw Anglia. Wow.
Cool. Yeah, if I remember correctly, Martin always seems to be the unlucky one who pulls the really quick guys of the weekend in the semi-finals, and he did it this time. But he goes for the tree runs. Rob Brindle's going to take the win by the fact he got a light. No times at all for Martin Payne, even though he's a long way out in front. Rob Brindle's off the power and's going to take the win in Outlaw Anglia.
Whoa. Well, congrats to Rob. Commiserations to Martin. I know they wanted to have a proper race, but yeah, Martin went just way too soon. Couldn't hold it on the line. But that's it, folks. We are done. Thank you ever so much indeed to everybody this weekend. It's been a tough one, fair to say. Things happening overnight, things happening during the day. But we've got it all done. Congratulations to all of our winners and runners-up. And thank you, everybody, for sticking with us this weekend. Time to head off home, those that are. Don't forget, it's Bank Holiday Monday tomorrow. So for a lot of people, I know Thomas is working, but a lot of people, they're not. So, yeah, safe journey home. We will see you back up here next weekend. Those are coming up from Rung on the Saturday. And our Japanese import show on the Sunday. But the weekend after that is Door Slammers. And then, of course, the main event.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to all of it. I'm here, not next weekend, but the next 3 after that, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty full on for all of us, isn't it?
A cracking weekend this has been. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, come back and join us in a couple of weekends' time, and especially for Dragstalgia in a couple of months' time. But that's it from me. Thank you very much for all joining us here at the Nostalgia Nationals 2025. Hand back over to Nigel FM.
Amen to that. Safe journey home, folks. We'll see you soon, and take care.